Hello? No, because I go live and it don't come back. It actually only, yeah man, look at YouTube. Well, share that link because I go live and it don't come back. It actually only, because I'm seeing JCSA look at, share that link because I go live and it don't come back. Because I'm seeing JCSA talking now, sir? Mr. Johnson. Talking now, sir? You want to change the battery? Mr. Johnson. Talking now, sir? You want to change the battery? Mr. Johnson.
Microphone check 1, 2, 3.
Talking now, sir?
Microphone check
You want to change the battery? Mr. Johnson.
Microphone check 1, 2, 3. Microphone check 1, 2, 3. Microphone check 1, 2, 3. Testing. Microphone check 1, 2, 3. Testing. Microphone check.
You want to change the battery? Mr. Johnson.
Testing. Microphone check 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Microphone check. Testing. Microphone check 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Microphone check. Microphone check 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2,
Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Test. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Test. Testing 1, 2, 3. All right, so
you change the battery.
it's okay. Turn it up. Hold on, let me try this.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Loud enough? Aye. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Clear. Loud and clear.
No, I'll leave these in your care, all right?
All right, no problem. And let's reassemble. All right.
Right. I changed the battery. You want to try it now, please?
Testing. Microphone check 1, 2, 3. Testing. Microphone check 1, 2, 3. Testing. Microphone check 1, 2, 3. Check the feedback through the Zoom link. Make sure there is no reverberation. It's 10 o'clock. We're supposed to start approximately 10. So as soon as we have more persons in the auditorium, we will start. So colleagues that are in the virtual space, we're just waiting a few more minutes. And once we have enough persons in the live space, then we can start. Apologies for the delayed start.
Patrice, come here. Run the projector. Huh? She's gonna give you a copy later. Yeah. So we have 25. Yeah, but it's not music. Tree.
the beginning. Oh, boy. A lot of youths in life say them can't take the pressure no more. But from your trust in the most high life, I go get better, I'm sure. The youth juggle on the roadside, Babylon say fi take up your bag and go. Boy, no, but we still not give up. Me say we solid as a rock like a Kalanje. Not give up. I said there ain't no giving in. And when the going get tough, I said the tough gets going. One juggle your fruits, don't give up. I said there ain't no giving in, mama. Rastafari guide your knife from the beginning. Why oh? Teacher not get paid, the government need for purge and process. Police not get paid, so them find it hard for serve and protect. And all we get from the government is highlight bills and robust taxes. And them still a pressure the youth to run it hard on the road with them robot taxes. But there ain't no giving in. Go on your taxi, you. Hey, I said the tough gets going. Ba 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 yeah. Now give up. I said there ain't no giving in. No. Rastafari guide I and I, whoa. I said my people, we've been facing struggles for so long. Ja people, please me a beg, please could you hold on? I know the system have you down and you feel pressed down like 50 feet. At the back of you, the victory sweet. Me say me still not give up, me just kiss me teeth, not give up. I said there ain't no giving in. Hey, how when the going get tough, I said the tough gets going. Jordan, believe me, not give up. I said there ain't no giving in. Why you wait? Hey. So that's the I still a guide I and I. Ooh, why oh. Yes, ooh, I met a girl this morning. She was love at first sight. Ooh, I met a girl this morning, and she was beauty to my eyes. I asked her where she from, she tell me in the tropics. She asked me what's my name, I tell her I am Connie. And I said, girl, tell me what's your name, and she tell me that her name is Jamaica. And I smile, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Ooh, Lord, smile for me, Jamaica. And never you cry, here am I. Yeah, I'm here for you, Jamaica. Dry your eyes, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. Hey, she have a rich history. A beautiful woman with the sweetest gifts. Beautiful sunrise and an evening kiss of a nice sunset on the evening season. But she tell me, say she tired of the exploit and the liars. She give them reggae, give them beaches, give them flowers and the ferns. All she got is abuse in return. But I say, don't you worry yourself, mama. Hey, Chronics is here to your help, mama. Ooh, I said, no worry yourself, mommy. One thing me, I beg you do for me. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Hey, smile for me, Jamaica. Never you cry, here am I. Girl, I'm here for you, Jamaica. What must I try? Oh, my. That she asks me, and this is what me say. A sweet Chronics, you forgive them, give them. The one drop beat pan a rhythm. Are you give them bob with a different step in? Are you give them bolt, nobody can run left him. Boy, but see ya, They must see things say you're out of ideas. You give them art and sweet literature. You're gonna make the world see the better picture. I said no worry yourself, mama. Chronics is here to your help, mama. Hey, I said no worry yourself, mama. One thing me I beg you do. Yes.
We were slated to start promptly at 10. However, we are awaiting a few more of the members to join us in the live audience before we get the proceedings underway. So we continue to crave your indulgence on the virtual platform while we await our colleagues joining us.
Chronics. They see me smile, but they don't know what I feel inside. Only you know, only I know, Jah. They see me smile, but they don't know what I feel inside. Yes, in at the boiling sun, putting it on the street. Righteous music, me putting it on the beat, but nothing no righteous about how life set. If you no know hard life, then you no know life yet. Because my papa just call me poverty, make him a screw. Him never know, say me have an interview, but me still have to put on the show because they don't know. I said they don't know.
Okay, my sisters and brothers, I'm going to ask that we assemble properly so we can get on the way.
Patrice.
Well, good morning, my brothers and sisters. And we are about to start. This is a hybrid meeting, and I am advised that we have online 43 participants in the meeting properly registered, and we have a sufficient number in the live audience to ensure that we can get our proceedings on the way. Want to thank you all for your patience and understanding as we continue with the business session of the 103rd anniversary annual general meeting, of the Jamaica Civil Service Association. We invite persons who are on the platform to come, if you can, and visit with us. We are also asking that those persons who have not yet voted to visit one of the polling stations to cast your ballot. For your ease, we have ensured that there is one at the Skyline Plaza in Papine, at 10 Caledonia Avenue, where our head office is, at Red Hills Road, where the EOJ's office is, right next door to the Ministry of Justice. We have Duke Street, the head office of the EOJ, and of course, we have here at JCSA Park. So we're encouraging our members to come out and ensure that you cast your vote at this annual general meeting. I'm now going to invite the motion for the resumption of our annual general meeting, the business session. Motion, moved by Honorary Treasurer Melanie Mullins Arnold and seconded by Peter G. Hodges from the Jamaica Information Service. So the 103rd AGM has resumed at its business session. We will invite, as we started yesterday, we will invite again our brother Sean Mitchell to bring a word of prayer to start this segment of our annual general meeting.
Praise Him. Testing. 1, 2. Hallelujah. Let us pray. Father, we give you thanks. Thanks again. How can we but just say thank you, Lord, for all that you have done, for all your love, for all your grace, for your mercy, Jesus Christ, your provisions. Every new day, your glory unfolds, filling our eyes with your treasures untold. And so we bless you, Lord. Thank you for a wonderful session yesterday as we began this AGM, mighty God. And it was good, the time we spent together and to experience your presence in our midst. And so we anticipate this day, the second session of this AGM, Jesus Christ. And so we commit it into your hands, Lord God. We know, mighty God, that you see every heart individually, and whether we are here physically or we're online virtually, you are meeting with us individually, and you are addressing our need, mighty God, according to your riches in glory. And so we thank you. Thank you for the aspects of this day, Jesus Christ, the presenters that will be addressing us, the topics that we'll be discussing, Jesus Christ, everything that we can consider, the food that we'll be eating, the fellowship that we'll be having. God, let this day be a day to remember, and a day, mighty God, to mark a new beginning as you walk forth into the 104th year of this organization. Father, you know the heart of your people, and those who are ailing, those who are not well, those who are mourning, those, mighty God, who need to be encouraged even now. I pray, mighty God, that by your Spirit, you will encourage their hearts, God, and cause that they will see that there's a reason to go on, there's a reason to press on. Though the battle may be rough, yet, mighty God, the victory is secured at the end of it all. So, God, into your hands again, we commit the executive, we commit our sitting executive members, mighty God, we commit especially our president who is sharing this day, Jesus Christ. Grant him the wisdom, the foresight, the understanding that we will be able to relate one with the other. At the end of this, at the end of it all, mighty God, we will be able to say, thank you, Lord, for great things you have done. So be glorified again and again as we give you thanks. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Brother Sean. As is what we have come to expect, a very rousing prayer that has been delivered by you once again. So a little bit of housekeeping, brothers and sisters, as I indicated earlier, one of the processes that we have at our annual general meeting is the election of officers, and the posts that are up for election are those of first vice president and third vice president. For the position of first vice president, we have the incumbent, Sister Tisha Clark Griffiths, and her challenger is Sister Keisha James from the Kingston Public Hospital. Sister Clark Griffiths is from the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. For the position of third vice president, we have the incumbent Brother Clarence Frater, and Brother Frater is from the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. And we have his challenger is Brother Leo Byfield from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. the Hero Circle location. We wish the candidates all the best and that the members' choice will prevail. I also want to remind you again where the polling stations are. The EOJ's office at Marketplace on Red Hills Road entrance. We are also at the Skyline Plaza in Papine. We are at 10 Caledonia Avenue in Crossroads, and the EOJ's head office on Duke Street. And last but not least, we have the JCSA Park location. And again, we are encouraging the membership to go out and vote for the candidates of your choice. Today's business session is going to be divided in two aspects. The morning session will be the format of a discussion on matters relating to our compensation, where we will give you the latest updates coming out of our negotiations on our fringe benefits, and also reserve some time to discuss the compensation review. We will break for lunch, and in the afternoon, we will go through the minutes of the 102nd AGM, matters arising from those minutes, and the presentation of reports, the moving of any motions or resolutions, the award of honoraria, and discuss any other business pertinent to this annual general meeting. Due to matters beyond our control, the annual reports are only available in a digital format. We invite our members to visit the JCSA's website. That's www.jacisera.org. That's Jacisera, JACISERA.org. And that's the JCSA's website, and you will find the annual report published there. We will also be asking our members if you have questions, comments, and concerns to use the chat feature in the Zoom link if you're in the virtual platform to interact with the colleagues here in the auditorium. And those who are in the physical space, a simple raise of hand will suffice. So again, let me welcome everyone to this annual general meeting and encourage you to participate as fulsomely as you possibly can to have your matters addressed at this meeting. No without further ado, we will now go through the substantive matter for this workshop, which is the discussion on the JCSA's claim for the 2021 to 2023 contract period. And we will also be looking at the compensation review. On the 30th of March 2021, our claim was delivered and acknowledged by the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. delivered to and acknowledged by the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service for the contract period 2021-2023. This coincided with the Minister's announcement of the compensation review that is to be brought into effect come April 1, 2022. The objective of the JCSA's claim is to resolve those matters that we have been negotiating for a while, to reset those items of claim, and where necessary to introduce new items to expand the benefits of public sector workers. This was in the context of a negotiation for wages, and to explain to the members, under the negotiating protocols that we have, wages are essentially bargained for with our colleagues at the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions, and those items that we refer to as peculiar to the JCSA are negotiated by the JCSA. By now you would have all come to realize that we had a bit of dissonance with the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service as it relates to our negotiations. The ministry seemingly was very hesitant in negotiating the items, and we had to give notice of industrial action for the ministry to give us proper and full responses to the items of our claim. We met with the Ministry of Finance subsequent to those activities on the 18th of May 2022, and we went through the JCSA's claim with a view to ordering the claim in a manner that we can settle the matters and to set a context for us to go forward. The JCSA's claim is divided in two parts, divided in a claim for fringe benefits, and it is also divided to deal with matters of transportation allowances. I will deal first with the items in relation to the fringe benefit matters. The JCSA's claim numbered some 60 items, some of which would have been dealt with under the negotiations through the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions. So you would hear me repeat some of those. So let us start. On the issue of wages for that period, that issue would have been settled with the negotiations under the umbrella of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions. So we have signaled to the Ministry of Finance that that matter is no longer a negotiating matter, since it was settled under the Confederation of Trade Unions. The ministry's continued position is that all matters of compensation in relation to salaries and some allowances will be dealt with through the compensation restructuring exercise. and that any adjustment coming out of the compensation review will be retroactive to April 1, 2022. So whilst we would have submitted a claim for 2 years, 2021 to 2023, and that year 1 was settled under the Confederation of Trade Unions, year 2 is to be addressed under the compensation review, which comes into effect April 1, 2022. We will go a little bit more into the compensation review later on in the discussion. Significant to our discussion on the compensation review, and it's the second item of our claim, is the completion of the implementation of the 80% of market agreement. We recognize that there are some entities in the public sector who would have had various pay adjustment exercises to include reclassifications and regrading exercises that would have moved their salaries closer to the 80% of market, but because it is not a sector-wide adjustment, there are still outstanding issues to do with the compensation of public sector workers under the 80% of market agreement. The JCSA has indicated that we have not and will not abandon the 80% of market agreement until there is a satisfactory compensation structure that we think is an adequate replacement for that agreement, and at that time we will indicate to the Ministry of Finance whether or not we are satisfied that the compensation review satisfies the intent of the 80% of market agreement. The government's response is that the 80% of market agreement will be discussed under the implementation of the compensation review. And so the JCSA will ensure that whilst we are going through that exercise, we keep our eyes squarely on whether or not the 80% of market moves us to within 80% of the market as was agreed. The JCSA would have structured its claim in several ways, and we have broken it down in a manner that we think speaks to the legitimate interests of our members. Arising from the COVID-19 pandemic and how our members have been affected, we have asked the Ministry of Finance to consider some items of claim that we believe will speak to mental health and well-being. We recognize that some of our members are working in uncomfortable situations, and as a result of that, we have submitted a claim to the ministry for staff who are working in situations of discomfort, that they are given a $3,000 per day discomfort allowance for each day that they are exposed to the discomfort. The government has indicated that it is aware of the emerging challenges on mental health and wellness in the workplace and the discomfort that we have as public sector workers been experiencing, and that they are in the process of restructuring the employee assistance program along with other initiatives to ensure that mental well-being is supported, but they are not in support of the payment of a discomfort allowance. We believe that this is not an item that we can relent on. We have to press on this, because whilst our workers, whilst our members are working unsafe and uncomfortable situations, we believe that their discomfort should have some compensation attached to it. So while the Ministry of Finance has indicated that it is not in support of a discomfort allowance at this time, this is an item that we will be pressing on because we expect that the government will recognize when our members are working in uncomfortable situations and give them an incentive, an allowance that will treat with that. Government's intention and their expression has always been that they do not want to create additional allowances, but when the situation calls for it, there must be a policy that sets out the criteria and the standard for which workers must be compensated when they are working in uncomfortable situations, and we are going to stand strong on this matter as long as the government continues to operate offices and workspaces that renders the employees working in a state of discomfort. We have asked again for the government to establish wellness programs and wellness centers across the public sector. And again, this is as a result of the challenges we are having with mental health and well-being. We here at your union, we have taken the initiative to establish our own wellness center, and we are calling on the government or employer to do the same. There are some entities that have gone ahead and have established their wellness center to include fitness facilities. I can speak to entities like the Ministry of Justice. I can speak to the Department of Correctional Services. I can speak to eGov Jamaica Limited. I can speak to the Ministry of Agriculture. So the request that the JCSA is putting is not bohemian. It is actually in keeping with what government policy is, and we are asking for it to be more entrenched. The government's response is that it will ask the newly established Division of Occupational Safety and Health in the Ministry of Finance to coordinate the establishment of the wellness programs across the public sector for all public sector employees. We appreciate the response, and it is one that I think our members can work with. And let me just quickly add that one of the items of claim that we have already agreed on is the establishment of a division within the Ministry of Finance to deal with occupational safety and health. That claim item has been settled, where the Ministry of Finance has created a directorate for OSH, Occupational Safety and Health, and has appointed a director of Occupational Safety and Health, and are now working on the crafting of a public sector policy on occupational safety and health. And I think the union's advocacy in this regard deserves a strong round of applause. On the issue of education and training, one of the areas that we have been challenged with over the years is notwithstanding the fact that we have an agreement that speaks to skills training amongst our membership, that the program has not been getting the attention and the funding that it needs, even though there has been an agreement to put in that fund $25 million to enhance the skills of public sector workers. And once you enhance the skill, you enhance the earning potential of the worker. It has not been given the attention that we need, because the Ministry of Finance, let us face it, has never been properly structured to manage the skills training program. The JCSA has asked that the skills training program be outsourced to the Hard Trust NTA, and that they design programs and offer these programs to public sector workers. The Ministry of Finance has agreed to this claim by the JCSA, and that the newly restructured Workflows Planning Development Branch, formerly called the Scholarship Assistance Unit, will be revamping the skills training program, utilizing the skills and services of the Hard Trust NTA and MIND, along with other accredited institutions, to respond to the needs of the workforce, and that the efforts will be continuing. Again, the advocacy and the work of the JCSA has now led to the re-establishment and the reorganization of the skills training program. Several years ago, the JCSA indicated that we need to have scholarships for public sector workers to enhance their skills and competencies. During the 2019 President's Luncheon, myself and the Minister of the Finance and the Public Service, the Honorable Dr. Nigel Clark, had a conversation during that luncheon where we came up with the idea of a program for higher level training. And coming out of that discussion, the Marcus Garvey Scholarship was created. We have asked, while the minister has a $1 billion fund over 5 years, we recognize that we have gone 3 years into the program and that there is need for continued focus in this area of training. Our claim is for the item to be increased, and the government has indicated, and the minister has indicated yesterday at the opening that he is committed to retaining and expanding the program. And the GOJ will continue to offer scholarships in the various areas identified. And the recent Marcus Garvey Scholarship continues to be that program that will deliver the increased levels of scholarship for us in the public sector. The minister has indicated that he plans to train 150 persons under the scholarship program. And again, colleagues, the advocacy and the lobbying of the Jamaica Civil Service Association is again demonstrated, and this item of agreement is checked off. On the basis of ensuring that we can continue to be the highest concentration of tertiary trained persons in the workforce, the JCSA has asked the Ministry of Finance, which is the parent ministry of the Students' Loan Bureau, to relax the requirement of public sector workers to access student loans, particularly for those persons who have been employed for at least 2 years but may not necessarily be appointed. The Ministry of Finance has agreed, and they said that they will engage the Students' Loan Bureau to exploit offering further assistance to public sector workers through the Student Loan Bureau to access student loans at concessionary rates. While we are going to be working on the details, we take this as a very strong signal of intent from the Ministry of Finance, and we will be ensuring that the various structures are developed so that we as public sector workers will be able to access concessionary student loans from the Student Loan Bureau. And this again, colleagues, is a very, very good thing to have. And we applaud the work of our negotiating team in this regard. Now we go to leave. The JCSA has submitted a claim to de-link study leave from vacation leave. And we have cited that in accordance with the ILO Convention C-140 on paid educational leave and amended study leave arrangements to allow for full pay with the requisite bonding arrangements, we are asking for the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service to de-link study leave from vacation leave. And you know that vacation is for rest and recreation. And given the low level of earning of vacation leave, no one individual earning 14 days per annum currently is going to earn enough leave that will allow them to go off on proper study leave without taking some form of no pay leave. While Jamaica has not ratified this particular convention, we think it is a good practice by the employer to ensure that we support training and education, and that study leave and vacation leave ought to be separated. As we have it now, those areas that are required for the job are not linked to vacation leave. But we want it to be a bit wider because the public sector is a very diverse place and it uses every skill that is available in the labor force. And so we are asking the government to extend the requirement to all areas of study. And of such, we are maintaining our stance. The ministry has said that they are going to be pursuing this matter under the aegis of the Public Sector Monitoring Committee through the Public Service Absence Management Committee of the PSMC. Some work has already started on this, so it's now a matter of refining the various proposals and having discussions and agreement outside of the negotiations. So we will be taking this matter to the Absence Management Committee of the PSMC for it to be fleshed out and agreed on so we can move forward. But the intention, colleagues, is to have vacation leave de-linked, or should I say study leave de-linked from vacation leave. We have asked the Ministry of Finance to look at leave generally. That is the parliamentary leave, or some persons call it casual leave. We are asking them to implement a type of leave called compassionate leave. And we are asking for the government to introduce parental leave. The spirit of the discussion so far is that the government has no objection to the establishment of leaves, the various types of leaves, but have concern about legislative support for these types of leave. We have indicated to the government that it does not require legislative support. What it requires is us having policy support to ensure that the government can, in fact, put the various type of leave to support the total compensation of workers. So we will continue to work on that under the Absence Management Committee of the Public Sector Monitoring Committee. Significant to our claim is the expansion of the number of weeks that we have for full maternity leave. Currently now it is 8 weeks, and we have indicated to the government that under the ILO Convention on Maternity Leave, that the government of Jamaica should seek to ensure that as one of the pioneering countries in relation to maternity leave under the Maternity Leave Act, that the government continues to be the pioneer in this area by ensuring that there's an amendment to the policy of maternity leave and to then move to changing the legislation that allows for maternity leave with full pay to go up to 14 weeks. And we are going to be dealing with that as well under the absence management policy. Public sector workers are always trying to acquire assets. And the worker has also indicated that not only do they want to acquire assets, but there are instances where they would want to have an upgrade they would like to sell one unit to buy another as you step up, as people say, step up in a life. But the rate of transfer tax continues to be a significant burden on the pockets of public sector workers, not just us, but the nation in particular. We have asked through a claim that the rate of transfer tax for public sector employees, we are being very specific with this. We're not asking for the country. We are asking for something that is the nature of a waiver, that the transfer tax for public sector employees be reduced to 1%. We don't want it free, but we want it concessionary. We want it to be reduced to 1%. The objective is this, brothers and sisters, that we want to ensure that the little that we earn, that we don't spend it back. Because the government cannot pay us what we are worth. And even under the compensation review, if it is that they can't implement it now to the extent that we want it to, there are facilities that the state controls that will allow us to get certain concessions that will keep our money in our pockets. We have done it with the NHT, where once you are a public sector worker, automatically you get a discount. We have done it with the Students' Loan Bureau in the first round, that once you're a public sector worker, the rate of interest that you pay is less. We are asking for the government to ensure that when we as public officers, like any employer that provides a service, that when we are to pay for this service, that we don't pay what the public pays, we pay what this employee rate is. It is done by the banks that their employees get an employee rate for loans. It is done by every business, even the wholesales downtown. When the employees shop at the wholesale, they don't pay the price that we pay, they get a staff price. And so we are saying to the government that we want some staff prices for some of these things that we are paying for. And that's the principle. So when we ask for transfer tax to be reduced to 1%, we're basically asking for a civil service price, a staff price, and that cannot be antithetical to the government being an employer of choice. The government has indicated that this has been referred to the Tax Policy Division of the Ministry of Finance, where they will pursue the matter with a view to seeing how this can be accommodated. The JCSA, and now we're going to be looking at loans, various types of loans. The JCSA recognizes that a significant aspect of us moving forward is how we manage our financial well-being. And for those things that we cannot normally acquire through savings, we try to acquire them by virtue of a loan. And so we have established over decades various types of loans that the government currently administers through the Ministry of Finance and disperses through the Accountant General's Department, and many entities have established their own loan arrangements. One of the challenges that we have had is that because some of the loan arrangements that we have in the public sector are not at the same value that we have in the Central Civil Service, that many of our colleagues have gone to what I want to refer to as micro-lending institutions. Some people have another name for them, to borrow at predatory rates, because they basically have no choice. When they go to the regular financial institutions, they are told that their debt service ratio is too high and so they can't get a loan. But the micro lenders are a little bit more, my choice of words, accommodating, and will allow a worker to go with zero on their pay slip as long as they can pay for that loan. It has resulted in many workers through desperation and having no choice to borrow from these institutions and have put themselves at great financial risk. We have asked the government to establish a revolving consolidated loan fund, consolidation loan fund, to allow these workers who are at risk to get a consolidated loan from the government to take over these rapacious loans at low interest rates and to allow them to become normal borrowers. The government has indicated that whilst it recognizes that staff, notwithstanding the intention to increase wages, and it recognizes that staff will still need access to financial services to effectively plan their lives, and that staff loans are popular, it is proving challenging to them to administer. And they are proposing that they wish to explore other means of assistance for public sector employees, which will not necessitate the GOJ operating loan facilities. This one requires some significant consideration because it is a very weighted position of the government of Jamaica. They have not indicated that they are seeking to abolish the loans, but that they would wish for them to be administered outside of the government of Jamaica. And this goes for all the loans. This goes for the computer loans. This goes for the miscellaneous loans. This goes for all the loan types that we have in the public sector. Whilst we are not objecting to the intention of the government to change how it administers the loan facilities, we want to ensure that the government is not going to abandon the various loan arrangements that we have in the public sector. They have indicated that the existing loan arrangements will continue to apply. But they have also indicated in some instances that they wish to discontinue some of these loan facilities under the compensation review. We have indicated to the government that we cannot consider the discontinuation of these loan facilities under the compensation review, because the government will have to demonstrate how it is going to, my choice of words, compensate us for the discontinuation of loan benefits that are at concessionary rates. So we don't have a problem with them examining the administration of the loans, but we cannot support the discontinuation of the loans. Two separate things. So we are prepared to have a conversation about the management of the loan facilities, but we are not prepared to have a conversation about the discontinuation of the loan facilities. As a matter of fact, what the union's claim is, what the JCSA's claim is that we want to have a centralization of all loan facilities to ensure that there is equal access to equal value of loans in the public sector, instead of every agency going and establishing their own loan arrangements that is so unwieldy and unsustainable and leads to the inequity that we are trying to get rid of. So we will continue to press on that matter to get an agreement from the Ministry of Finance in terms of not discontinuing loan facilities, and while we talk about how the loan facilities are administered. We have again asked the government to look at child care and after school facilities. Productivity in the workplace is being affected by the fact that parents have to take time out of their workday to ensure that their children are safe and secure. There are and has been an agreement to establish childcare and aftercare facilities for the children of public sector workers, particularly in proximity to where they work. The establishment of these facilities have been proving difficult, and until it is properly and fully satisfied, we will continue to include it in our items of claim. The government has said that in keeping with the heads of agreement that has been signed, they will continue to review the current arrangements, taking into account the environmental factors to determine a suitable solution to the inability of the government to fulfill the item that we have in the agreement. Again, we recognize that workers' rights are human rights and human rights are workers' rights, and that employees need to have facilities provided by the employer to ensure that they can be focused and productive at work. Another long-standing agreement that we have with the government is the establishment of subsidized lunch facilities, subsidized lunch and canteen facilities, and in some instances, the outsourcing of those facilities where canteens cannot be facilitated. This is an item that we have an agreement on. The government has indicated that whilst it recognizes that it has not been able to fulfill properly the issue of lunch, and there's a big thing now going on called lunchflation, that the cost of buying a lunch, I think last year, a patty, you could get a patty for $150. Now it's almost $250 for a patty. It means then that lunchflation is a real thing. And given where we are in terms of our salaries and wages, we are asking the employer to create facilities where we can enjoy subsidized lunches. The government has indicated that it will be looking back at the program to ensure that it can deliver on the arrangements. And of course, they want to take that into consideration, looking at the current environmental factors. And I know that some of that includes the high rate of turnover of concessionaires at the various lunch locations. The fact that lunch places such as those that the Ministry of Education has been established, equipment has been bought, but no production of lunch is being done. And this is not just typical to the agency that I just named, even at the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service as well. Their lunch arrangements have been suspended because the concessionaire found it unprofitable to continue the arrangements. And so one would recognize the need for a subsidy to be applied if we are going to continue to have those arrangements. Another item of claim is the promotion of advanced counseling and therapy through the Employee Assistance Program. We recognize that the demand for counseling and therapy amongst public sector workers has increased, and has increased significantly due to the onslaught of the COVID-19 pandemic. The level of stress and mental health issues coming forward now has manifested itself in serious industrial relations and other type of issues emanating in the workplace. The union has not seen in a very long time so much grievances and so many disciplinary matters coming to the union simply because of stresses in the workplace that has manifested itself behaviorally. We have asked the Ministry of Finance to deepen the counseling and therapy program through the Employee Assistance Program. And the ministry has indicated that it is reviewing the program to include the expanding of the scope of the Employee Assistance Program to ensure that it can meet the needs for counseling and therapy by public sector workers. We have asked the government to continue to make scholarships and grants to the children of employees available and more meaningful. Every employer of choice has scholarship and grant programs for the children of their employees. And with us seeing our employer as an employer of choice, we choose to work with these employers, our employer of choice, and we want them to behave like that. We want them to maintain the program, not only maintain the program for grants and scholarships for the children of public sector workers, but to improve that program. The government's position, which we find quite unsatisfactory, is that as it moves to the payment of compensation to market rate, education and training benefits such as those to our children are being reviewed, and that this will be taken care of under the compensation exercise. What they simply mean is that we're going to increase your salary so you don't need any grant for your children or any scholars for your children. We are not accepting this. The government has a duty to ensure that it acts and behaves as an employer of choice, and one of those characteristics is that it makes available scholarships and grants for our children who are pursuing higher levels of education. And we are talking about tertiary levels. We're not talking about high school. We're not talking about primary. We're talking about tertiary level. So we will be pushing for the maintenance and improvement of the tertiary grant program and the scholarship program for the children of public sector workers. Part of our well-being as workers is to ensure that when we work hard, that we are properly recognized and rewarded. The JCSA is concerned that there is a misalignment of the performance management policy of the government of Jamaica that has resulted in several performance monitoring and evaluation tools being used in the government right now. If we are going to be having a unified public sector in terms of classification and levels and so on, and everybody is going to be treated the same way, reward and recognition ought to be treated in the same manner. The JCSA has asked that there is an alignment of this through the revamped public sector management and evaluation system. The government of Jamaica has indicated that this matter will be further reviewed with the relevant areas of the Ministry of Finance and of course in alignment with the executive agencies. Now, we need to pause here a little bit because this response is not in keeping with what is currently happening, where the Cabinet Office, and we're going to ask the ministry to make sure that they engage the Cabinet Office properly. The Cabinet Office is working on a whole of government performance management and appraisal system to do what the JCSA has asked to be done. Even the compensation review has recommended that how we are rewarded for performance be aligned across the whole of government. So the Ministry of Finance's response in this vein is not in keeping with the current activities in government. So we are going to reject this and direct the Ministry of Finance to the Cabinet Office and the recommendations coming out of the compensation review to treat with reward and recognition. The government of Jamaica each year gives to the Jamaica Civil Service Association an amount of $4 million to supplement our award of grants to our members. This is matched dollar for dollar by the association. We have asked the ministry to increase because of the demand on the grant program and what they refer to as education inflation. So everything have inflation, you know, lunch have inflation, education have inflation, utilities have inflation. So education inflation has caused the amount that we give under the grant program to be not as good as it should be, and so we have asked the government to increase the grant. The government has indicated that it is to be increased from 5 million to 8 million. I think there is a misunderstanding by the Ministry of Finance because they refer to this item, right, from 5 million to 8 million. And again, they have indicated that this is to be reviewed under compensation review. Now, again, we don't want our members to use their salaries 100% to finance things that will benefit the employer. As an employer of choice, we believe there is still room for the employer to continue to assist its workers to improve their education and to partner with the JCSA in that regard to ensure that those vulnerable workers can get what they need. And let me just give you an example of the persons who we are talking about. We are talking about persons who still, and believe it or not, we still have them, persons who still require additional CSEC subjects in order to get enrolled in degree programs. So while they may have come in with the minimum requirement in terms of the 3 CXCs, including math or English, and they don't want to move up, and it says that they have to get a degree, but they want additional subjects. The JCSA has been giving to our members an assistance to get them into these programs. Once they have been enrolled in the degree program, we give them another assistance now to help with their tuition for their degree. And even when they get the first degree and they come back and they want to do a master's, the JCSA gives them a grant for this. We are saying to the Ministry of Finance to partner with the JCSA in ensuring that these workers who can't afford it because they are not in the position to pay for the education, that they are given a grant to assist them because they're not yet in the position to afford it. We want to put them in the position to afford it. And so it means that they need the assistance to be put in the position to afford it. And so we have asked the government to not treat this as a compensation review solution because the need still exists and we need to satisfy the need. And we want them to partner with the JCSA as a strategic partner to manage this particular program to get our members the assistance that they need. And so we will continue to press on this one being kept and not be subject to the outcome of the compensation review. Now, colleagues, from time to time, you and a colleague, you work together, you are at, excuse me, you are at the same level. Say, both of you are AM2s. And your colleague going off on leave. But they don't have anybody to pay an acting to. And they come to you and say, we know it's a lot to ask, but I'm asking you to take over some of the functions of Mary Jane's desk. But there is no acting because it's two are at the same level. But you have increased responsibilities because you're sitting at two desks, you're managing two desks. So that right there and then the government has violated the principle of a fair day's pay for a fair day's work. Our claim is that the government put in place for these situations what we call a responsibility allowance to take care of those instances where persons are not going to be acting but have taken on or been given increased responsibilities. Our employer is not very entrepreneurial in its thinking. It can be very rigid and does not see the benefit of the kind of motivation that these kinds of benefits will have. It's tucked itself into a thinking of no new allowances, without even looking at the benefit and the morale of the worker. When you have people taking on additional duties and you don't compensate them after a while, because usually, these are very efficient, productive, high-valued employees that because of the skills that they have, they are able to take on more than the average employee, and the government fails to recognize them. Oftentimes, too, we find situations where because the person who is going off on leave goes off for only 19 days, because in order for the person to get an acting, the person has to work for 21 days. So they put you at the desk for the 19 days, and this is not a higher level. So then you're AM2, and they put you to act as an SEG1. So you're doing the SEG1, but the SEG1 just goes off for 19 days or 20 days. And in order for you to get the acting, the person has to go off for 21 days. So you work off, you know what, for the 20 days, for nothing. It is unfair. And the acting policy is deficient because it was never meant to take care of these nuances. So the government has indicated that it does not want to introduce a new allowance, but they want to look at it under a review of the acting policy. For 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Because even though the person may not be acting, the fact that they are taking on additional allowance, if it is mentioned in the acting policy, that as a result of increased responsibilities, an allowance of X to be paid, and they don't want to call it a responsibility allowance, fine, I don't have a problem with that, because I rather the substance rather than the form. If the substance of it means that the employee will get more for the increased allowance, whatever they want to call it, if they want to call it some kind of an acting, I don't have a problem with it, but it must be that the employee's effort and work is recognized by the amendment of the policy to look at how these workers have been negatively impacted by the restrictions that are in place. So we will be looking at this one. We're not letting it go. Whether or not they want to call it an amendment to the acting policy or to introduce a new allowance, we are not letting this one go. Fair days pay for a fair day's work. We have some colleagues who are working side by side. They don't work in the same institution. but literally the same geographical space. They have to go to work in very difficult, volatile circumstances. Some people get a location incentive, some people don't get it. We have asked for the justification of why it is that you don't give some and you give some. We have not been able to get it. Because both employees still have to pass through gunshot. Both employees still have to be working in volatile communities at any point in time. Things can happen. I mean, we went to visit our colleagues at Metcalf Street in Denham Town. And we are walking past the bus that transports them to work. And we are seeing bullet holes in the windscreen. Yet these workers do not get at Metcalf Street the location incentive. And we have said to the government that you need to ensure that the workers get the location incentive. It's a token gesture recognizing that they are working in a very, very volatile community. And the Ministry of Finance has been extremely reluctant in extending this. And we have said to them that we are looking forward to the extension of the location incentive to our members. And we don't want it to come down now to the workers taking matters into their own hands and becoming restive, because it is a pay equity issue. It is an unfair issue. And we want to make sure that there is fairness in compensation in the public sector. If the compensation review is going to deal with fairness and equity, it must do so in all respects, not some. And the government cannot pick and choose what it deems to be fair and unfair. That must be something that comes out of the dialogue, and if we can demonstrate to them that it's unfair, we don't see why the government is holding on to it. As we speak about unfairness and inequity, there are a group of professionals in the public sector that has been subject to an unfair treatment in relation to when their posts are upgraded, retitled, and reclassified. These are the accountants, or those persons who fall in what they refer to as the financial management group. That these group of workers who are duly appointed in their posts, when their posts have been upgraded, retitled, and classified, they are being told to go and demonstrate that they should remain in their posts to what is called the FAA board. No other group of worker is put through this exercise. They don't ask secretaries to do it. They don't ask nurses to do it. They don't ask the administrators to do it. They don't ask the doctors to do it. The only group of workers that they are putting through this process are the FMG group. I will give you my own personal experience. My post was upgraded. And I was invited by the Services Commission to attend a sitting of the selection board for me to be appointed in the post I'm already appointed in. I politely replied to them that I'm not coming because I'm already appointed. They simply need to either put me in the position or to remove me from my position. But I'm not going to sit at the selection board. Well, I'm not, on a matter of principle, I'm still not upgraded. I'm still getting the old salary. But on a matter of principle, I've told them that I'm not going to sit in an interview to be selected for the post that I'm already appointed in. Because the work that I do at the desk, that would have caused the post to be upgraded. It's me that wrote the job description and list all the duties to determine that the post ought to be upgraded. It is them coming to observe me doing the job that determine that the post ought to be upgraded. To now turn around and tell me to come to an interview to determine whether or not I am fit for the post that I am currently employed in. I told them I'm not coming. Some of our colleagues are not in a position to make that statement and have to subject themselves to the FAA board. But I'm in a very unique position that I can speak truth to power and tell them that I am not coming. And because I have 30,000 of you behind me, I can afford to do what I do. But a very important exercise, and the Ministry of Finance has indicated that they will be engaging the Services Commission to have the matter finally resolved and determine the future of the FAA board. It is the only selection board that is not convened from time to time. It is the only standing selection board that we have in government. Yes, there are selection boards that are convened for a particular purpose, but this one has become an institution, and the institution is now creating an inequity in the public service, and it needs to stop. They have done some modifications of it to say that if you're at some levels, you don't have to come to the board. But we are still standing on the principle that regardless of where you are, we're not talking about a promotion, you know, because they want to treat the post that has been upgraded as a promotion. It is not a promotion because your job has not changed. It's not a promotion. Yes, it will mean more pay because the post has been upgraded, but it is not a promotion. And so I am fighting it, personally fighting this one on behalf of my colleagues. And the post has been upgraded from 2005. So when they finally do it, I expect to get a good chunk of change from the upgrading. We are still pushing for items under the pension reform. We have made a submission to the Ministry of Finance, but we did put some items in our claim coming out of the expressions from our members. We have asked the Ministry of Finance that our members refer to their last pay being used to calculate their pension. Given the state of our salaries, we are asking for that to be reverted to. That was what we experienced in the past. Brother Bellamy.
Jerton Bellamy, Tax Administration, Jamaica, Constant Spring. This question came to me recently. One of our members had asked in relation to the pension, the entire pension reform matter. The question was, and at the time I couldn't answer, so I was waiting until you came to the matter. What happened to the contributions to widows and orphans?
All right. So that's a recurring question that we keep getting. We did submit a position paper to the Ministry of Finance on the settlement of the widows and orphans for those persons who would not have been vested at the time when the Pensions Act came into being. We have also indicated to the ministry and to the colleagues that under the pension reform, that there will be a sunset legislation, so those persons who retire having contributed to the widows and orphans funds should still get their entitlement under the fund, so that has not been set aside. So it's just a matter that when persons retire, if they qualify under the Act, the Widows and Orphans Act, it is what we refer to as a piece of sunset legislation, that until the last beneficiary under that Act is satisfied, the Act continues to remain in force. So the persons can still make their claims, still function under the Act. We have made an initial claim to the Ministry of Finance that persons who were not vested at the time that the current Pensions Act was passed, that they should be paid the contributions that they have into that fund, because those years may not count towards their pension based on how the Act was worded. We need to follow up with the ministry on that matter to get a final position from them on that. Thank you for the question, Brother Sherton. So back to the items of claim. So the pension reform, we are asking for the last year being used to calculate their pensions. We have again suggested to the Ministry of Finance that they may want to look at a voluntary separation early retirement program. And we have asked them to look back at the years for early retirement, moving it away from the attainment of an age to look at the number of years that persons have worked. If somebody has worked for 30 years and that person is 48 years old and want to retire, that could be considered as part of the early retirement mechanism. So we have put those forward to ask the government to look at those in the reform of the Pensions Act. The government has asked us to include those to be sent to the committee reviewing the Pensions Act for those recommendations to be made and be taken to the Parliament for them to be debated on and, if found acceptable, to be passed. We have done so and we are awaiting the outcome of the representation to the committee that will be reviewing the Pensions Civil Service Act. We have asked the government to review the honorarium system that we have in government, where persons who work in the public sector are not paid overtime. You will recognize that our colleagues, brothers and sisters in the Jamaica Constabulary Force have made a claim that the government recognizes the 40-hour work week and pay them for overtime for extra hours worked. We do not have a problem in the public service with the 40-hour work week. However, there are certain categories of workers who are told that you, because of your job, are not entitled to claim overtime, even if you are instructed by your employer to work late. Once you're in a particular job, they will give you, if you are required to work consistently beyond a particular time, they give you what they call a duty allowance. Some instances they call it, if it is a one-off situation, they call it a special duty allowance. If it is that you have to work on a particular project for more than a month, they call it overtime honorarium, and it is paid at 90% of time and a half or double time. We have asked the government to abolish the overtime, the honorarium allowance system, and to treat with this as pure overtime under the ILO Convention 100 and 111 and under the Holidays with Pay Act. This matter has been considered as well under the compensation review, and the consultants have recommended an abolishing of the honorarium system and that the government must undertake a review of the whole system of allowances for duties and so forth to ensure that workers are paid overtime. This is an opportunity for us now to push for the full application of the Holidays with Pay Act to ensure that there is equal pay for work done. And so we will be pushing under the compensation review for an overtime policy to be developed that will now render this whole issue of special duty allowances and so forth to be abolished. I want to also speak to this in the context that our colleagues in the health sector are paid what is referred to as sessions, and the sessional rate is not an adequate replacement for the overtime. It is usually less than what you'll get if you work overtime. And so we are again looking at this for our colleagues in the health sector to remove the issue of sessions, special duty allowance. the pay, how meals, supper, and taxi allowances are paid. Because we don't want persons to be working to get a food. You know, you work 2 hours and all you get is a meal allowance. You know, we need to move beyond that. If you're a traveling officer, if you work late, you don't get anything. You know, these are the kind of things that we need to stamp out in the public sector, and we are going to be pushing to get this done. There are certain pieces of legislation that we have asked the government to press on, and some of them have been passed, and we are looking for policy to be developed to have them implemented. With the passing of the sexual harassment bill, there is no policy in the public sector except mention in the staff order of matters to treat with sexual harassment. The government has agreed with us that there is no policy in the public sector to support the act. They have indicated that NDAs are to comply with the Sexual Harassment Protection and Prevention Act of 2021, and that the Ministry of Finance will start the work in earnest through its policy division to ensure that the public sector policy is developed in this fiscal year to support the Sexual Harassment Protection and Prevention Act 2021. We have made a claim to the Ministry of Finance for the extension of death benefits to all public sector workers. Currently, workers who die on the job are entitled to $10 million in death benefits. We have recognized that there are a plethora of group life insurance benefits across the public sector. The Ministry of Finance recognizes these as well. However, these various group life benefits are not homogeneous. They are not all the same. And so your colleagues, and if you're talking about total compensation and equal compensation, even when we are exposed, even in the matter of death, we should be able to be properly compensated if we die on the job. I'm going to take some questions after the presentation. So we are pushing for the extension of death benefits for the entire public sector. And the government is going to be doing a review to ascertain the full status of these arrangements across the public sector to come up with a scheme of arrangements that can satisfy the equality of treatment for all public sector workers in the event that they die in the course of their duties. We have asked, under the principles of equity, that the benefit of funeral grants be extended to executive agencies and statutory organizations. The Ministry of Finance has indicated that it is not in a position to support this claim from the JCSA, and that the extension of death benefits, funeral grants, and so on are going to be subject to adjustments under the compensation restructuring. What we want in this particular instance is a clear direction from the Ministry of Finance as to what are the likely adjustments going to be under the compensation restructuring. Our claim is for equity of treatment across the board. If the government is going to be treating with this under the compensation review, we want to get a clear indication from them. What offer are they giving to us in relation to this particular item? We have also asked that certain we have also asked that certain groups of workers are supplied with uniform or protective work clothing. So we have, and this is specific to the regional health authorities and some executive agencies that have to work in certain conditions, that your normal clothing should not be worn to carry out those duties, because the likelihood of spillage, the likelihood of contamination, and the difficulties in maintaining and cleaning because of the area in which persons work means that they must be supplied with uniform and protected type clothing. So persons like ancillary workers, drivers, field officers, and some administrative staff in the regional health authorities that interact in this space where other uniformed workers work, that they too be supplied with uniforms. Some categories have gotten it. So for instance, the health records people, they are uniform. The persons in the dietary department, they are partially uniform, but we are asking for them to get more appropriate uniform. For instance, you work with certain corrosive substances and hot oil and so on that can spill and burn. And what they are being given is just a top and a bottom. Or they are being given a cloth apron that does not offer them. And some persons have to use garbage bags to cover themselves to ensure that spillage doesn't impact them. So we are asking the government to ensure that they are protected. The Ministry of Finance's position is that the existing arrangements continue to apply. I don't see why the government must have workers working with garbage bags over their body and call that an existing arrangement to continue to apply. I don't see how the government can have persons who are going to be transporting people from accident scenes where the likelihood of bodily fluids coming onto their clothing, being told that existing arrangements continue to apply. It continues to be an inflexible approach by the Ministry of Finance that is not very entrepreneurial. And so we are pushing for that to be fixed as well. We have asked for 4 additional buses to be applied to the fleet this year. The government did commit to add 5 buses in the last fiscal year. Those were not added. The year before we got 4, we asked for 5 and we got 4. And we asked for 5 more last year. Those were not added. We have asked for an additional 4 for this year. The government has indicated that it will be taking a review to ensure that the commitment that was made in the agreement that was crafted under the body of the Confederation for the supply of buses be honored. So we look forward to a declaration by the minister that the buses are ordered and are on their way. What I would love to see is that the fleet of electric buses that are being ordered for the JUTC, that a certain amount of those are carved out to be used in the public sector. We have asked under the COVID-19 pandemic for our colleagues who are working in those unusual circumstances to be given an annual special one-off payment of $25,000. The government has indicated that it can't support this due to cost issues. We are going to continue to press on this because our employer needs to send the right signal. It can't be given COVID grants to the public for just giving them grants' sake. And you have workers who are actually working in the environment, exposing themselves on a daily basis. And we have asked them to be given a grant And then you're going to tell the worker that, oh, I can give a man who sits on the corner a money, but I can't give you the money because we can't afford it. It does not make sense. And so we are going to be pressing the Ministry of Finance to recognize this claim from us, and for the 2021-22 period to give a grant of $25,000 to workers who have been working in these unusual circumstances brought on by the pandemic. Sticking to the pandemic, a big issue for us is the new normal of how we work. Remote working, telecommuting, work from home, flexible work arrangements, meaning that you don't have to come in at 9 or 8:45 or 8:30, that you can come in at 7:30 and leave at 3. Those are things that we have become accustomed to under the responses to the COVID-19 pandemic. And recognizing that it was a facility created for the pandemic and how well it worked, we have put forward a claim that we establish a full flexible work arrangement to include remote work. I am happy to announce that the current COVID-19 policy for flexible work arrangement is now being developed into a permanent policy through the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service for flexible work arrangements in the Jamaican public sector. There are some items of the claim that has to be done. Just note the questions and we'll take them afterwards. Some items of claim that are going to be worked on because they don't fall directly under the Ministry of Finance. So we have asked the Ministry of Finance to lead on the discussion of reducing the 10 plus, it was 15 plus. We got it to be reduced to 10 plus, and we are now asking for it to now go down to 8 plus, that after 8 years, a public sector worker can go back to the NHT to get an additional amount to improve their homes. The Ministry of Finance has indicated that it is willing to support and associate itself with the reasonable representations to the NHT on the matter of housing, and that it wants to join with the association to make those representations. We are asking for the 1% reduction in interest rate to be maintained. That notwithstanding what some persons are looking on and say public sector workers are now going to get an improvement in their compensation so that they can now afford to not have the 1% reduction. We are going to continue to ask the government to ensure that we keep that 1% reduction. We have asked that when the NHT develops schemes and there are what we refer to as residual lands in those schemes, that those lands be made available to public sector workers. They may not be the same size as a regular lot, or they may not have the same shape as a regular lot, but land is land. And if members can get a piece of land in a scheme to build on, may not be the same size, may not be the regular size, they may just add it quickly, may not be the regular size, may not be the regular shape, and because of the standard that the NHT has in terms of size and shape, they may not have included it in their pool, so they call them residual lands, and in some instances they call them wasteland. We are saying that these lands must be made available to public sector workers, subject to the NHT's land divestment policy, for us to acquire these pieces of land for us to build the houses on. And the Ministry of Finance has said that they are willing to support and associate themselves with this representation to the National Housing Trust. We have asked that we establish a tiered system to facilitate low-income employees to access a housing solution on the open market or through the NHD. Because the cost of housing has been going up, and if you listened this morning, you would have heard that the average cost of housing has gone up about 30% in the past 2 years. Houses that used to cost 12 million now cost between 15 and 16 million. So you have housing inflation as well. We have asked for our system to be developed to allow for our workers to be able to access these housing solutions. Yes, the NHC already has some solutions that are targeted in this regard. We want those solutions to be looked at with an eye to ensure that accessibility by public sector workers using the tiered approach is more targeted to those members who need it most, and that we are not lumped in the general pool and be told that, oh, we have met the quota for these tiered arrangements, and so we can't give public sector workers any more benefit under that arrangement. We have asked for the government of Jamaica to establish what we refer to as vacation houses. Now, a vacation house is not necessarily a physical house that the government is going to build and say public sector workers, you can stay and do your vacation in these houses. No. A vacation house, in quotation marks, means that the government has an arrangement with the private sector, with the hotel industry, that at certain times of the year, it sets aside a certain number of rooms at a certain price, where public sector workers can go and have a staycation in those areas, where their entire family can go and have the benefit of staying in one of these very nice accommodations at a price that is very, very accommodating, very, very reasonable. We have seen it done on the COVID-19 reward program, where our colleagues in the health sector were given staycations that reduced, in some instances, free. That we want to ensure that this is also extended, that at certain times of the year, that public sector workers can enjoy through our MOU with the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association or with the Jamaica Tourist Board, that our members can go through this facility to access reduced costs of these quote-unquote vacation housing. At this time, the ministry is saying that it is not supporting this, but we are going to be asking the ministry to review its stance on this matter. Whenever we travel and we bring things back, we are subject to a rate of duty-free that is set at $500 US. We have said to the government that this amount for public sector workers must be increased from $500 to $1,000 duty-free. There's a principle. Back in the days, and I say, a senior member, Floyd Curry, looking at me intently. Floyd, you remember in the days we used to be able to get concessionary passage on Air Jamaica, because the government owns Air Jamaica. The government owns custom. So they can amend the tax policy to allow for us to get a particular rate. It is not difficult. So we have asked the Ministry of Finance to use its facilities as the principle that we said that we must be able to retain more. Use facilities that we have to ensure that we don't bear the full brunt of these costs. $1,000, from 500 to 1,000. The government is saying that it is not supporting this because it is not consistent with the current tax policy. Policy is not crafted in concrete. Policies can be amended, and we're asking the government to amend this policy to allow for public sector workers. All you simply need to do, is to make a declaration and to prove. Just like when you're doing an NHT contribution refund, You put on the form. They ask you, are you a public worker? Yes. The rate of duty is different. Simple. And a friend of mine, whenever I use the word simple, will roll their eyes and say, oh, everything is simple. But it is simple. And so we're asking the government to do the simple thing of amending the tax policy. When we shop online, the duty-free allowance is $50 US. Again, it's a tax policy issue. We're asking for the duty-free allowance to be increased to $100. We're not asking for much, you know. We're not asking for much. These are small adjustments that we're asking for employees of the state through the facilities of the state. So we're asking for the duty-free allowance to be increased to $100 for persons who are shopping online. Colleagues, the other aspect of the claim had to do with transportation allowances. The government has indicated that it wants to abolish transport allowances, rolling into salaries. And we have made a claim for them to be increased because the last increase that we got on these was 2019. Last effective increase was 2019 under the 2017 to 2021 heads of agreement. Those rates are very dated. And we have said to the Ministry of Finance that they need to be improved if the absorption of these is going to be a real thing. The Ministry of Finance at first rejected the JCSA's claim. We insisted. The Ministry of Finance has come back and said that they are going to review mileage rates, but they don't want to increase the upkeep portion because they tell us when they did their analysis of the movement of the inputs for the upkeep, there has been no change. We told them that the tool that they're using is flawed. We told them the tool that they're using is flawed, and we have rejected the position, and we have said to them that they need to, for us to reconcile the tool that we are using with the tool that they are using to see where the differences are, so that we can come to a common understanding as to what has gone into determining the upkeep allowance. And once you have come to that understanding, to determine what the rates will be for the upkeep. The ministry has said yes, they will pursue that with us with a view to settling the matter of the upkeep and mileage rates. The issue of motor vehicle loans due to concession have been the subject of intense discussion. You know that the government under the compensation review would have issued a document, and if you listen carefully to what was presented this morning, and if you saw that benefits document, you will recognize that a lot of the items that we have in our claim were listed in that document as to be discontinued. This was the reason why we decided that we were going to strike, because we could not be at the table negotiating the item and the government is saying that it wants to discontinue the item. We could not say to the government, listen, we are saying to you that you are violating the principles of collective bargaining and you need to change the stance. Government has accepted that how the approach was being done was in fact not in keeping with the collective bargaining process. They have reconvened the negotiations properly, and what we are hearing today are the outcome of the discussions. We are going to send our responses back to the Ministry of Finance I know that you have some concerns, and I'm going to now ask you to pose those concerns, whether on the online platform. But you can see, colleagues, that we have been very proactive in dealing with the negotiations, and we have been standing firm on the principles of the negotiations to ensure that we do not have a gap year in our employment contract with the government. So that is the presentation now. Once you are finished today, we will send our responses to the ministry and convene another meeting to continue the negotiations. We want to wrap them up as quickly as possible. And we are quite hopeful, based on the tenure and the stance of the ministry, that we are likely to get some progress on the items that we have. Whilst we are gathering, I'm going to take the first question that was written. If we are now contributing to your pension and based on the reform, if you are charged or convicted and have been rehabilitated, when it is time to get pension, will the government be withholding it from the employee and was done under the previous pension scheme, seeing that they are now contributing? This requires the approval of the Governor General, because the pension would have been stopped on the instruction of the Governor General. If the pension is to be restored, it has to be under the signature of the Governor General. So it can be, but it has to be done through the process of appealing to the Governor General for the pension to be restored.
Good morning.
Turn on the mic.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Peter Gay Hodges, Jamaica Information Service. Just pertaining to the COVID policy that you mentioned. I just wanted to find out, in terms of the fact that the ministry is now developing a policy coming out of COVID-19. One, does it require entities to create their own policy? And two, how does this fit into the context of the legislation that was passed some years ago? Did the legislation require entities to create a policy? And of course, the first part of the question was, do entities then have to create their own policy, or will everybody feed into the new policy that is being created?
All right, so the policy that is being developed is a whole of government policy on flexible work arrangements. So it is not an empowering policy to say that the departments must go and develop their own. No. It is supposed to be whole of government. What is going to be in the policy, of course, must support the existing flexible work arrangements legislation. And it must be reflective of the experiences that we have had managing worker attendance throughout the COVID pandemic period. So the learnings and the best practices when the policy promulgation exercise started, because there's going to have to be some consultation with the union. And bear in mind as well, and I need to reinforce this point, because a lot of persons think that these things just fall out of the sky. And they don't give the union the credit that it needs to get when these things are happening. Some of it is our fault because we don't publicize enough. At the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, we pulled a team together. If my memory serves me right, we had Sister Avanita Teep, Brother Jeffrey Marshall, Sister Camille Buford, and Sister Carol Clark, sitting on that policy that developed some proposals for flexible work arrangements in the public sector to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. we sent that policy proposal to the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Finance kind of messed it up by saying that the departments must establish their own policies, which is, I think, what Sister Peter was kind of alluding to, because the Financial Secretary's circular was saying that MDAs must establish their own arrangements, which defeated the purpose of what we wanted. We wanted a whole of government policy. Subsequent to that, we went into a situation where JCSA led a team of public sector unions and associations to develop what we refer to as a COVID-19 policy to include flexible work arrangement, and submitted that to the Public Sector Monitoring Committee in November 25 of 2021. Yours truly, O'Neill Grant, led that charge on behalf of the Jamaica Civil Service Association, who was the champion of that exercise. We were strongly supported by the Jamaica Medical Doctors Association in that regard. It has now reached the point that the Ministry of Finance has now taken that and is now developing the policy for promulgation throughout the entire public service. And it is a testimony to the work that we have been doing on behalf of our colleagues across the entire public sector.
Good afternoon. Michael Carr from Jamaica Television, JS. Several items, sir. 3 items. First of all, shared services. I heard in the minister's presentation yesterday, he mentioned shared services. I have a concern with that in terms of the space there will be, because what I understand from shared services that they're going to specialize, that agency who are good at certain things, like for instance, PR. GIS will be good at PR, for example, or printing. Then we would do all the printing. That means that we will hire more persons, and there will be a space issue. I keep on asking a question from management, if that is possible, where the space is going to be had. Especially television department, if we are going to do all the video production, for example. Right, currently, we don't have enough space there if we're going to employ more persons. How that work out? All right. Next item would be the loan facility. Members have keep on asking, why is it that JIS we are not getting certain loan facility? We are still the agency has improved the in-house loan to $80,000. That's all we can get. And members are concerned why that we're not getting access to the other loans. Thirdly, we have the concession with the canteen. The service is poor at JIS. Poor. Especially we at the television section, where sometimes up to Wednesday, look, we didn't get lunch until 2:30. You have persons who are at work from 7:30 in the morning, like myself, and we don't get lunch. And I've written to the acting CEO, I've written to the HR director about it. I've spoken to them directly, and there's no improvement in our lunch thing, because as far as I see, we need a television, we need another concession physically at the television department section at South Odeon, so that we can have our own concession, because it's not working out. The situation is not working out. It's been going on for several years now, not now.
Thank you, Brother Carr. When we think of shared services, oftentimes we think of persons all sitting and operating from one base, but that is not necessarily so. What it means in a lot of instances is that one entity will now control the arrangements, and staff will now be placed in and report into that one entity. So in a shared services arrangement, it doesn't necessarily mean that all the PR people from all over government will now be sent to 51 Half Tree Road to sit, or to Half Tree or South Odeon Avenue to sit in that space. It means that they are going to continue their regular functions, but in terms of who they report to and who controls what they do, it is going to be centrally controlled under the Jamaica Information Service. And those entities now report into the JS rather than through the line ministry. So that's basically what it means. In some instances, yes, you're going to probably need a little bit more space, because when you have more persons reporting into one entity, it means that the line of command and the spread of support services may have to be increased. So those might happen, but those have to be done through a particular study. But for what we are saying, it doesn't mean a brick and mortar exercise to do the shared services. It simply means that there's going to be a concentration of the skills and the reporting of those skills into one entity, but they can be located in various physical locations or even work remotely, you know. So that's the answer for that. But we will continue to monitor and see how it is developed. The concept of shared services that has now become a policy position of the government is going to be developed, and how will that impact how we work in the public service. The issue of loans equity, subject of our claim, of course, we want loans to be centrally managed, and for every worker to have access to the same value of loans. So what happens at the JS, in that the only loan arrangement you have is for that $80,000, it doesn't make sense. Because we all work for the same government. So why it is that you have a different loan arrangement from me who work at the Ministry of Agriculture? All of us should be able to access the same value of loans with the same conditions. And that's what we are pushing for under the negotiations and also under the compensation review. In relation to the canteen facilities, this is a very touchy area. It is in the claim as well for the structure of the canteen concession facilities to be looked at, because all the reports that we have received so far indicated that for the majority of entities that have managed these canteens and concession facilities, that they have not worked very well. And the reason why they don't work well is because enough subsidy is not being applied to allow for the concessionaire to make money. So what the concessionaire is doing is basically cutting back on the quality of the service to ensure that they can make a profit, because they are in a business. Where it has worked well is when the ministry now, or the entity, takes over the concession and employs the staff to run the facility. It is now fully subsidized. There is no longer profit motive. It is able to now allocate resources to finance the subsidy. And so the staff can go in and purchase lunch. But you would appreciate that the government of Jamaica does not want to increase the wage bill by saying that it's going to hire staff to prepare food for us, to prepare lunches for us at concessionary rates. It is something that is very tricky, because we want to have facilities, we have negotiated, and it has been agreed. It's just that it's not working, and we want to find a way to make it work. So we are going to be discussing with the Ministry of Finance how it is that we can make it work. They have tried many things. They have outsourced to places like Tasty and Mothers and other franchises to set up shop in the MDAs. And the strange thing about it is that the service, you give them the facilities, so they're not paying for the structure or anything, but they still say they're not making any money. And you find it very strange that if they operate a facility out on the street, that they say that they are profitable, but if they on the location where everything is provided, they are not making money. It means that the business model is not right. So I want to see how we can look back at those experiences to see how we can make the provision of lunches and canteen facilities work. But let me do a follow.
What does a follow-up, sir? Concern was also about the follow-up question to the shared services. Concern was also voiced about if the workload will be more, will the salary increase or will we work on the same salary?
Right. So what I've seen of the shared services model is that the compensation structure in in the shared service environment will be different. Don't know how different that is going to be, but we have been advised that the compensation in the shared services model will be different. The experience that we have had when they did the one for internal audit basically reflected that thinking. So we are now looking to see how that is replicated when they establish the other shared services across government. But the intention, I understand, is to ensure that the compensation structure in the shared service environment will be different.
Good afternoon. Leonard Smith from the Departmental Rep for Tower Street. I want to ask.
Colleagues, I know we are trying to be very safe. And so when we speak in the mask, it is very muffled. So I'm not going to ask you to take off the mask. I'm going to ask you to come closer to the microphone so that it actually picks up the sound waves properly.
1, 2, 3, tested.
You're hearing you better now.
Leonard Smith, Departmental Rep for Tower Street. I'm trying to understand, and I may also ask for the concessionaires with reference to canteen. Is there an approved listing in order to avoid nepotism, cronyism within the departments? Because I may move to a department, I may get my friend to do logistic supplies. Therefore, I creating a loophole to drain the system. And because of this, there's not adequate, sufficient, healthy food in these places. When you look at a lunchbox, you're actually getting quarter pound of rice, 2 ounces of vegetable, and partially cooked meat at times. And they're capitalizing on our busy schedule because we get up at 4, have to fight the traffic, come to work, our stomach ache, and then we come down with lifestyle diseases. So partnership with wellness and health
and wellness,
and with the Ministry of Finance, I would want to suggest that there's an approved listing, just like our contractor has to be an approved listing to get contract. And therefore, there are checks and balances that also these individuals do have their food anglers permit. And they are subject to provide a quality service and do not abuse public sector workers when we step into their space.
What I know, and what I know maybe different from what is practiced, but what I know is that all of these concessionaire arrangements are subject to the procurement rules. They can't just come in and just pick somebody and establish them. They have to advertise the service, persons have to submit their bids. The bids have to be evaluated, and based on the one that is deemed the most responsive, then that entity is chosen to run the facilities. That is what I'm accustomed to. If there are instances where persons are being picked, where persons are not going through that process, that is wrong. It should be a competitive process for persons to come in and operate the canteen facilities, the concession facilities. So what I would suggest is that if that happens and you have evidence of nepotism, that is something that the union will be interested in, so that we can report based on the evidence that we receive that there is nepotism in that particular benefit that is there for staff. Colleagues, I'm advised that we are running a little bit late for lunch. that lunch should be here at 12:30. It's now 12:28, but I'm looking around and I didn't smell anything. I didn't hear the pots being rattled. So it tells me that the lunch is not here. So we continue with the business until it's time for us to be fed, and then we take the break for lunch, and then we resume afterwards. Brother Smith?
Yes. Just a follow-up. Just a follow-up question. With the subsidy that comes out of Ministry of Finance, what percentage of the going rate for lunch should that subsidy, does it take a part of the price? Because
well, that's what the subsidy should do. It should actually make the lunch cheaper.
Well, I'm going out on a limb. If I'm paying $500 for a large box food, I'm expecting that if there's subsidy, I should be getting it comfortable and affordable for myself. But evidence will show that.
Well, I will tell you, Brother Smith, that $500 for a large box lunch is subsidized.
Well,
yes.
For the substandard of.
Well, the quality may be poor, which is another conversation, but in terms of the size for the price, it is in fact subsidized. How the concessionaire manages themselves in terms of the delivery, I think is where the problem is. But $500 for a large lunch is subsidized, because a large lunch is usually around somewhere in the region of $800. Yes.
I'll revisit next time I speak. I will come with more
evidence.
More
evidence.
Just a follow-up question. Yes, we are convinced, because the brother asked a question about if there is there approved list of concessions. We are convinced at JS that that person who we have is not on an approved list. Doesn't know what you're doing, because the lunch is awful. Because sometimes when I get lunch, it cannot consume. It cannot be consumed. Literally, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you get there, you're well hungry. And when you're well hungry, you eat anything. You still can't eat it. They tell you the truth.
Mm-hmm.
I think the dog wants it.
The National Contracts Commission is the body that certifies persons to participate in the government's procurement process. And I don't think that they are structured to look at the quality of the output that the persons have. I think what they look at is whether or not the persons meet certain requirements in terms of their registration, in terms of their certification, with their food handlers permit intact, placing them in various grades for the provision of these lunch services. So it does not necessarily have a criteria that looks at the value, sorry, not the value, the quality of the output, and probably that is where the flaw lies. What some entities have done is put in the contract that is signed that there will be a monitoring evaluation committee, or what some people refer to as a canteen committee, that periodically reviews the quality and the operations of the facility. And if they fall below a particular standard, then the contract is subject to review. And if this contract is subject to review and it is taken away from them, they may not be able to participate in future award of contract because of the failure in executing the contract properly. some concession arrangements are contracted like that, some are not. So if it is that the JIS doesn't have a quote-unquote canteen committee, it's built into the concessionaire's contract for this review to be done, then it is something that we probably have to look at to treat with.
Speak in the mic, please.
Our HR department sent out a survey asking to give our opinion on how canteen is, and there was a lot of negative stuff. And I'm still surprised when I speak to the HR director and find out why is him said that him trying. Why is he still operating? Because they did a survey.
Because the contract is so written that it makes them difficult for them to end the contract. But I don't know. I'm just speaking on the top of my head. I don't know. I take it. It's something that we can have a conversation with the JIS because it is a grievance. So we'll take it as a grievance and treat it as a grievance. Talk to JIS about it.
I have written today as a rep. I've written to the CEO. The former CEO was there. I've written to the acting CEO. I've written to the HR director. So there is evidence that there's a problem. And over 2 years now I've been complaining. The other thing, sir, follow-up question, really, the work arrangements. We at GIS were operating on a work from home basis, and for the last 2 years we were very productive because we have met all our targets. I was surprised to see when I asked a question that we are everybody to come back to work. But I am saying that if the policy, if it work, why we change something which is broken? Because we met all our targets. People were productive. People were doing their job. Surpassing the targets what we're having. Why we change it?
Again, it's one of the short-sighted, lack of entrepreneurial spirit that exists in the public sector. That when you put something in and you change something, people don't recognize and think that they don't look at the outcome of the change and try to keep it. They want to refer to what they know. And it's something that we in the public sector need to be a bit more entrepreneurial in dealing with matters of change in the public sector. Instead of being told what to do, that we actually look at our systems and processes and deal with them.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Garcia Williams from the Office of the Prime Minister, Office of the Cabinet. Question, has there any thought put towards our government employees to travel on state-run buses? Any subsidized, being as we have to consider our lower staff with the increase of bus fares and our buses. We don't have sufficient buses to accommodate all government employees. However, we have to use the JUTC buses. Is there any subsidy or any thought put to that to say, okay, then you could show an ID or you could pay a card to care for persons who have to travel on these buses?
Yes. Under the Confederation of Trade Unions Heads of Agreement, there was an agreement, there is an agreement for the government to offer subsidized bus fares to public sector workers. It went as far as discussions with the JUTC and the determination of a fund of somewhere in the region of $500 million that they will use to subsidize the cost of delivering the subsidy. It is still an active discussion. There are some challenges because the JOTC is having some financial issues and they want to be sure that when they give the subsidy that they can actually get the money from the Ministry of Finance. And the Ministry of Finance is concerned about management of the ridership arrangement. So we are talking about it at the level of the Confederation. We're hoping that we can advance those conversations so that in the not too distant future, we can have it solidified and brought as a benefit, especially for those that are at the lower levels. Welcome.
issues that we have overcome.
All right, so let us have a little discussion now about some matters pertinent to the compensation review. Now, there are some issues with the compensation review, and we have been having dialogue with the Ministry of Finance in relation to fixing some of those. I would have mentioned some of them briefly in discussion of our negotiations. The compensation review's timeline for implementation is getting closer and closer and closer. But there still exists some uncertainty in relation to aspects of the review. We are supposed to be in the next week and a half having some conversations at the level of the Confederation on the responses to the compensation review from the unions. The JCSA would have done some preliminary analysis. We have been stuck because some of the concerns that we have and the questions that we have asked have not been provided. We have asked questions, what is the value, for instance, of the benefits and allowances that are being planned and being rolled in. We have made representation on the matter of the traveling and the duty concession and how those are to be managed for traveling officers. We have made representation based on some various allowances that are to be absorbed. How would those allowances be factored going into the future? We have made representation that how the existing salary structures are being promoted indicates that the compensation review is not going to create the outcome that is being touted. We have indicated to the Ministry of Finance that what they have been putting out as salary scales are not salary scales, that these are just indicative figures. We have indicated to them that the figures are 2020 figures that have been projected to be coming into effect 2024, and so the figures are dated and needs to be revalidated. We have indicated to the Ministry of Finance that when we do the analysis, the belly of the 16-band structure is weak, and that particularly for those persons who get allowances and benefits, that when you normalize the wages by taking out the value of those allowances and benefits, that the workers are seeing a net reduction in their compensation. The Ministry of Finance has indicated that it is going back to its model, where it's going to be doing some reworking of the model based on what we have represented, because they too have seen, based on their analysis, that what we have indicated to them so far is in fact the truth. The critical thing that we are experiencing now is the closeness to July 1, and that we are not seeming to be moving as fast as we should with the compensation review feedback. Some of it has to do with the approach, the consultation approach that the ministry is using, in that it is trying to speak to individual unions and staff associations. One of the approaches that, if I were looking at this thing, is that we would hold a summit on the compensation review, share all the documentation with the explanatory notes to the review, ask the member associations to come to a 1-day or a 2-day summit where we go through the entirety of the review, get all the feedback from all the stakeholder entities, come back into a situation where you put them together and you analyze the feedback and come back again to the body with the outcome of the analysis of the feedback to determine where you agree or you disagree and why you agree or disagree with items and to make the appropriate adjustments and recommendations in terms of any changes that are going to be made to the compensation review structure. That is the approach I think would have been the most efficient approach in dealing with the consultation, not this serial talking to one group or another and getting the same responses from everybody, when you could have used one meeting to get all of those responses. Because if you look at all of them, if you look at what the JCSA put out, for instance, and you look at what the Medical Doctors Association put out, and you look at what the Police Federation put out, you look at what the JTA put out, you look at what the LOSA, the Staff Association put out, you look at all of these, we're all saying the same thing. If you look at all that has been put out, every single union and staff association saying the very same thing. So what we are doing with this consultation is actually lengthening the process rather than putting it to a point that we can actually make decisions. We are slowly reaching a point of no return. What do I mean by that? If we don't put the thing in place by a particular time, the likelihood of a July 1 implementation is getting difficult. When the JCSA put out and said, we agree to a July 1 implementation, some people would think that the union is being reckless and has signed off on the compensation review. No, we have not. What we are saying is that we must do everything that we can so that when July come July payday, we are seeing the benefit of the compensation review. Whatever the benefit is. We are not saying that as it is, we accept it. Run with it. No, we have not said that. We are saying that we want us, all of us, to start to get the money July 1. We want when July come, we get the retroactive from April 1, so that we can take care of those businesses that we would have taken care of if we were getting the pay from July 1. We want to make sure that when we see the July pay slip and we do the calculation, that we are seeing a real increase in our wages. These are the things that we have said to the Ministry of Finance that we are looking for. These are the things that we have expressed to our member that we are looking for. We have been at pains to point out that there is no signing off. There is no agreement. All we are saying is that the principles of the compensation in terms of equity and fairness needs to be addressed. Before I take Brother Mark's question, we have also said that we must use the time between now and July to deal with all the anomalies that has been created by the compensation review, that there are certain entities that how they have been aligned in the 16-band structure, that they are not appropriately aligned and they need to be placed higher up on the structure, given the principles of the review. We have also said that those entities that ought to have been reclassified prior to the review, that these entities' reclassification must be factored into the alignment in the review. And we have made those representations, and the Ministry of Finances now have to come back to us on the basis and the strength of those representations. Brother Mark. Turn it on.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My little 2 cents might be a little bit lengthy. The major point that I am looking at, and I keep hearing from the ministry and the minister, saying that the compensation review is based on simplicity. The issue, it seems, where equity and fairness comes in, seems to be secondary in terms of the consideration, in my view. The fact that we have had many allowances over the time, some, I will admit, can be done away with because the evolution of the whole process might have made some redundant and some of it not equitable in the sense that doing the same job and yet still being compensated differently. But I have heard it, the minister in making his rounds saying that anybody that is not dealt with properly and will be worse off will be impacted in terms of trying to find a way to compensate them. So this seems to me what they're running away from, they will end up doing the very same thing. Because it is that if I am worse off and you are going to treat with me on an individual level and treat with somebody else on a different level, this seems to be actually contravening the principles exposed to saying that you want to get everybody on the same plane with respect to compensation. I don't necessarily share this view, and I have heard it out there in the street saying that the unions and are trodden softly because of the fact that the dues are linked to the salary as opposed to the allowances. And the beefing up of the salaries will benefit all the unions. So all the unions are in this big bed with the minister. I'm just saying that. The point that I'm advancing, though, is that I recognize as an attorney, and I've looked at the claim that LOSA has put forward. I've recognized that they have detailed much of what will affect attorneys, in particular, robing, which it is that you are required if you go to court at a certain level, that you are required to appear, or you are not able to go into court otherwise. And so to have those things done away with or be rolled into salary, I am not sure that, given the fact that in ensuing years when the cost of inflation and so forth and the adjustment to salaries will necessarily compensate for those special items that in particular the legal officers will have to endure, and perhaps what it would might come down to is that you will have to be subsidizing the government with respect to the very work that you are doing. In terms of the whole issue of equity, when I look at things like computer and the issue of the increment as it for qualification, I don't see the equity in that, because in order to keep the level of skills and talents within the public service, it can't mean that we are going to rely on the 150 scholarship, because I'm pretty sure that among us here, several persons would have out of their own pocket not rely. In fact, there's an age discrimination, and I would not qualify. And I am intent on doing my master's, and the fact is, I would be outside of that 150, and so 150 cannot assist in terms of the educational retooling and equipping of our membership, and consequently there's no equity. So I think that the primary purpose is simplicity, and consequently we have to look at this in a very keen way, because I don't think that we in our rush, because what is happening, what has been in my view happening over the years, they tell you about the arrears, and when everybody do the calculator and on the cell phone, they say, boy, 200,000, not realizing that in a few years or months perhaps, given the rate and the pace that inflation is moving, the 200,000 increase that you get will not matter much. I can recall in 2001 when we rolled in the uniform and the laundry. In a few years, the government had to be sorry for us to give us a makeup, a one-off payment. And I'm saying that this approach, we have to be very certain that we are moving in accordance. I have heard from the president that most persons seem to be willing to for the concession and for the. That is not the feel that I get on the ground. And I'm not speaking about civil service membership. I'm speaking to police officers. I'm speaking to other groupings and to other unions.
Brother Mark,
Yeah.
stick up in there. I've never said that. No. And because you are now quoting me, I have to reflect the record accurately reflects what I said.
Okay.
I have said that many persons are open to discuss the matter. Discuss the matter. Because they want to see the value demonstrated so they can make a proper decision. We have not received the value. We have made our own assumptions and analysis and are prepared to have a discussion with the Ministry of Finance. So we have to speak carefully because we don't, you see colleagues, we have to be very, very careful because this is a very delicate issue. And when we are going to be quoting, we have to be very careful who we quote and how we quote. The JCSA has indicated that we have done our own analysis and have come up with our own figures. We have not received the assumptions of the Ministry of Finance. We are prepared to have a discussion, and from what we have heard, persons are open to having a discussion, but not acceptance. We have not reflected to the Ministry of Finance any acceptance. We have not said to the Ministry of Finance that we are like to go in this direction. What some persons have indicated clearly is that with the transportation allowance, not the concession, that they are willing to consider it if it is properly grossed up. But the duty concession remains an outstanding matter of grave concern because it changes the nature of the traveling officer. And that is something that we have to consider properly. Because a lot of us have not been listening, and if you look at the documentation that the union has sent out, it is clear in the documentation. So we have to be very careful because I've heard it, and I'm glad I got the opportunity to address it properly this time around. Okay, Brother Mark.
I am happy to hear that from your lips because my constituents said, go up there and take the rubber stamp because they are of the view that we have accepted and it cannot be retracted and the whole issue of the concession. And I am saying, although it might be one item on the whole issue of equity, it is something that everybody, I am pretty sure, within their organization would see that persons at a lower level would always aim to be at a particular level. And if you don't have that significant beacon to say to somebody, qualify yourself and to get to this level, these are the perks that you'll be able to obtain. The doctors have said to me that they have spent their time, it's not that they could not earn it in their private practice, but to be up in terms of like lawyers, to hone their skill and to be up in the game. The public hospital is always ripe in terms of cases where you can always learn and see firsthand. And so they are prepared to shed up money. And one of the things that they look forward is to the concession. So if they're giving up time and energy in terms of their private endeavors, but they're able to get a concession every once in a while, they are prepared to do it. So I am saying that if it cuts out, it will be a signal for a lot of persons operating at the higher end to exit the public service. And that, those are my 2 cents for the moment.
All right, thank you, Brother Mark. Now, colleagues, here's a classic example of when we don't. All right. At our last General Council meeting, we went into a full discussion. And Brother Marcus, I'm hoping he's hearing the response. We went into a full discussion of the compensation review to include the duty concession. And I said that based on the discussions that we have had on the duty concession, it is no longer the hard position that the minister has taken. It is now a big if. Don't you recall me saying that, colleagues? Yes, sir. Then hold the brother who's saying that we have not spoken to the issue. I can't understand why our members continue to voice these things. Even in the social media group that we have, it was again presented that this is now a big if, based on the discussions that we have been having with the Ministry of Finance. It is under serious consideration now because of the representation that the union has made. And it is now under serious consideration by the Ministry of Finance because we have been able to prove to the ministry that there is a serious equity issue that has now come about that has to be addressed before this matter can be moved on. So let me say it clearly to this annual general meeting, because we have to use this opportunity to correct the record and to ensure that misinformation and personal opinions don't dominate the conversation. Your union, led by your leadership, has made strong representation on the matter, not just on duty concession, but on all the matters of equity that exist. Yes, the duty concession is seemingly the sexy item. But let us not forget the fact that it's not the whole public service get duty concession. And so while we are making strong advocacy on it, it cannot be the sole conversation we're having. So when we say the matter in the context of other things being mentioned, it doesn't mean that we are treating it lightly. But there are other persons who have needs that we have to attend to as well. But I was very emphatic that the duty concession is under serious review, because how it has been presented by the Ministry of Finance is now proving not to be the most equitable way of dealing with how you treat with bona fide traveling officers. Let me give you an example, and I raised at a council meeting. And I'm not taking anything away from our senior officers, but this is a matter of equity. When the traveling officer gets a motor vehicle upkeep and can get a duty concession, or is entitled to a duty concession every 5 years, and the senior officers are able to get a fixed car allowance or a fully maintained motor vehicle. And when you're going to say to the bona fide traveling officer, I'm going to roll up your upkeep allowance into your salary, and you say to the fixed car allowance people, I'm going to roll up your fixed car allowance into your salary, but you turn to the traveling officer and say, I'm going to take away your duty concession, but you turn to the head of agency and say, I'm going to give you a fully maintained motor vehicle. Where is the equity in that? Because the persons who actually use their cars to do their work, you're limiting their ability to buy a motor vehicle. But the persons who don't use their car to do their work, you're giving them a fully maintained motor vehicle. There is no equity in that. These are the arguments that your union has been putting forward, but he who have ears to hear, let them hear. That's all familiar, right? Is that the first time you hear me saying this, right? I'm hoping now that we stop talking about doctor and lawyer and police and listen to what our union is saying, because our union is the leader of this thing. And we start talking about other groups and what they are saying, and we are listening to what our union is saying. It defeats the purpose of the union. Your union has been the most vocal, the most articulate, the most researched, the most analytical of all the unions on this matter. But yet you're listening to what your union said that is being regurgitated by other people and saying other people say it. Can't understand it. But they say a king is never recognized in his own country, in his own kingdom. But that doesn't stop us from continuing representation. These are benefits created by the JCSA, you know. So we have the raison d'etre to speak to them more than any other group. Some people just hear about duty concession, don't even know how it came about. They don't even know how it came about. Came about when we had the Russian ladder for backside arrangement, and it could not be fulfilled, and we entered into arrangement to ensure that public officers, because back in the days, once you're a traveling officer, you get a fully maintained car, you get a government car to do your work. It involved that they used to have no pool motor vehicles. And then it came to a point now that the persons who senior officers used to get the ladder. When the need came about that we needed to have more vehicles and the government couldn't afford to put more vehicles into the pool, they had to expand the duty concession arrangements so that more persons were able to import their motor vehicles. There is history behind it, there's a reason, there's a process behind how we are where we are now. We are the best position to speak to and demonstrate and justify. Are there going to be some winners and losers in this process? Of course. Because those persons who are not bona fide traveling officers, who sit at their desk and get the upkeep and don't travel, the likelihood is that when the review of the JCSA's position is done, that those persons might end up not being able to get a concession because they will not be deemed to be bona fide traveling officers. But if they travel, any at all, using their vehicles, they will get the mileage rate, because we have said to the government that if you are going to roll up the fixed upkeep into salaries, there's a component of the upkeep that must now speak to the maintenance of the vehicle, because nobody will be getting an upkeep allowance anymore, even though we are pushing hard on the issue of the duty concession for it to be retained. The upkeep allowance component is also very critical. Our position is that we must ensure that when we do some people call it the subsequent events analysis, that we are not going to lose the value of the allowances that have been rolled up into salaries or absorbed into salaries. So after the 3-year implementation period, when we come back to negotiation, the team that is going to be doing that analysis is now going to have to look at the value of the total compensation relative to what we have now to ensure that the value of the total compensation has been maintained. Because we have to learn the lesson from 2001 with the uniform allowance to ensure that the value of what has been absorbed into salaries are lost in the next round of increases. We have to be smart about it. It doesn't make sense we put out the narrative as if the union has not been as analytical as it needs to be dealing with what it needs to be dealt with, because we have sent out the information, and the positions are very clear. So I'm hoping that my emphatic delivery of this matter will now send a very strong indicator to all our members, those here and in the audience, that the JCSA has been proactive on the matter and is pushing forward to ensure that there is fairness in the treatment of matters in the compensation review. I want to thank Brother Mark for coming out and actually raising the issue the way he did, because sometimes it requires a matter being raised like this for it to be properly aired. And I don't want anybody to take my passion in terms of my response to think that I'm being personally affected. I'm just passionate. That's me. I'm just passionate. All right, so I'm glad for the opportunity to speak emphatically on the issue, my brothers and sisters.
Check. 1, 2, 3. Microphone needs fixing. 1, 2, 3. All right, I'll go ahead with what we have. I shouldn't go ahead with what I have.
Try again.
Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Battery needed.
Try again.
Is the battery still needed?
Yeah, battery.
Just a momentary break as we deal with these technical difficulties. We will resume regular broadcasting in the next few seconds. Thank you.
Test it. Test, 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 test. Testing. Testing. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10. Testing. 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 1, 2.
Testing.
Somebody turn it on there. I need to turn it off.
All right, here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Test it. Good. You're not calling back, sir. No, back to regular programming. Sir, the 1, 2, 3 years that will take for the finalization of the implementation of the compensation review, I have some persons concerned because of how, well, let's talk about how we understand the years. The first year basically is putting persons into the scale. The second year is to evaluate where persons are at and if there needs to be any tweaking. And the final year, I'm not too sure what happened there yet. But persons are concerned that once the thing go in train, it might take longer than the next year for it to be adjusted because of past experiences that persons have had, where things put in place, hope for it to be adjusted to bring forth a better result, but then it seems like we have to be bargaining and renegotiating and keep arguing to get the next phase implemented. Is there any guarantee in our conversation so far with the ministry to say that there will be no procrastination in implementing the review as per the proposal, year 1, year 2, and year 3?
Thank you for that, Brother Sean. The ministry has been, I was more than emphatic that it needs this process to be done in the way that has been programmed. The first year, the alignment year, moving everybody into the bands, dealing with the various anomalies, and the various issues that we are raising now are all a part of the first year conversation. Once we have started first year implementation, the Ministry of Finance is going to be rolling out a job factor evaluation tool that is going to inform how the jobs are valued and aligned further in the scale. It also is incorporating that based on the indicative figures that have been put out, how it is that they are going to implement those figures. So in year 1, for instance, they may want to implement 85% of the adjustments in the figures. In year 2, another amount. In year 3, another amount. Now, one of the things that has to be done in year 2 is to ensure that the figures have maintained their market value. So the market value exercise that is going to be done in year 2, and in year 3, there's going to be a market determination exercise done in that year as well. After we have completed and reached year 3, which is 2024, we are now going to go into regular negotiations. And those negotiations, as the minister hinted yesterday, are not going to be those long drawn-out negotiations. Negotiations are going to be very efficient, something that we have started working on several years ago in terms of what we refer to as the negotiation protocols for the public sector, where we are going to, in a 3-month window, wrap up all the negotiations in the public sector. It means then that we are going to have opportunities in years 2 and year 3 to look back at the figures to make sure that they are holding the value that was determined for them in year 1. But that's not going to be a regular type of negotiation. That is going to be almost similar to when we used to have and it's a bad thinking word for some people, but when you used to have wage guidelines, it's almost harking back to that. It almost harking back to when we used to have the Permanent Salaries Review Board, where you go and you make submissions to the PSRB, and you have to defend your submission. You know, as the brother Robert nodding his head, You have to defend your submission to the PSRB. And after rounds and rounds of submissions and discussion and dialogue, the PSRB then makes a recommendation to the minister, and that is how we determine all the salaries. And that's supposed to be a very efficient, very tight window, as we used to have it back in the days. If that process breaks down, or if the recommendation from the PSRB is not in keeping with what we want, then we'd have to go through a process of appeal and so forth and so on until we come to the point that we need to come to. So it is going to be a kind of a back what we are accustomed to from the younger days into the present construct, but in a way that is now going to take the best practices from history to influence those. So my long answer to the short question is that years 1, years 2, and year 3 are all going to be what we refer to as market determination exercises to make sure that whatever is called the 3-year implementation cycle of the compensation review. And we are going to have to be very on point in ensuring that our eyes are wide open when we are looking through those market maintenance recommendations coming out of those exercises over the next two years. Brother Sean. Brother Mark.
Testing.
Testing?
Yeah.
I don't want to have to choose my word carefully. But I could let this pass. First, I've got more information from groups that I don't pay dues to from what I've gotten from Civil Service Association. LOSA and the doctors have shared their papers with me. And it wasn't a request, it was sent from my opinion from tax administration. A point that has evolved and going forward, given that even if the duty concession will be extended for a particular period, say July 1, and you will have an entire year to use it. The structure is a composite of several other items. The zero-rated GCT that is attached to the importation of the vehicle in the schedule is linked to you receiving an upkeep. So unless it is grandfather, if come July 1, we no longer are in receipt of an upkeep, for those who are thinking about using the duty concession for, say, December, January, it might mean, unless there is a legislative amendment, or as I said, it is grandfather, which is technically the same, you will have to pay the GCT. So I am saying, like Jesus' life, you don't start to read Matthew 1 to find the commencement. Tax legislation, which is technically what is being done and overhauled as it relates to statutory deductions and entitlement of public servants, is littered in various different places. And if you rush to do it, what you'll find is that for lack of proper examination, you will find that there's this outcry, oh, I reach at the wharf now, I'm still have to pay the 16%, or whatever the requisite GCT that is applicable for the different classes of vehicle and types of vehicle that traveling officers are entitled to. So I'm saying to you, Prez, with all the passion, that we need not to focus on the implementation date of July 1 and to do a proper examination. And just as how the minister has been able to surround himself with technocrats, I think that you need to ferret out those little things, every single word, especially when you're making a submission, will add change, alter, expand. And we need to focus on that because, as I said, even although it might be up until a year, the mere fact that the upkeep is tied to the GCT that you pay at the port, if July 1 we take away the upkeep, that entitlement is no longer. And I'm just saying.
Appreciate it, Brother Mark. I'll just say this, that we are the technocrats. We are the experts. Our staff who work in customs and TAJ are the experts in matters of taxation, matters of importation. And they have given us the advice. So we don't need to go outside of us when the experts are here. And that's why most of the doctors will go to Mark and ask him, because Mark works on taxation. He's the expert. But we don't have to ask Mark because the experts are here. So that's the difference between the JCSA and those organizations, is that we don't have to ask anybody to tell us anything because our experts inform us and advise us. So we are already informed and advised by our experts. Our experts will tell us what is the value of the total of duty concessions that have been in the country over the past year or so. They will tell us what are the tax implications of the duty concession regime. We have been advised. So perish the thought that the JCSA has not had expert advice on matters of taxation, because we are the experts. We are the technocrats. Yes, we sometimes share the same technocrats with the Minister of Finance, but we are the technocrats. The figures that the Minister of Finance has is not the minister going and purge it about himself. We tell the minister what is there. So you know, I understand what Brother Mark is saying, but we need to remember that I don't have to ask Brother Mark to tell me anything, because the member of the JCSA delegate, he will write his opinions and send to the union about the matter so that we will have the benefit of his advice, just like other members of TAJ and other members of customs and the internal auditors and the accountants would have done their analysis and sent to the union and said, Prezi, team, look out for these things. Just like the economists that we spoke to, who would have documented from their perspective what we should be looking for. And we have taken those advice on board, because we, brothers, sisters, members, are the experts. We are, I can't say it enough. We are the experts. I can't go to PricewaterhouseCoopers and ask them to tell me about taxation, because I don't know it like how my colleagues in tax administration in Jamaica know it. I can't go to a broker and tell him to tell me about importation, because I have to go to Anne-Marie Campbell and her colleagues in customs for them to tell me about the importation. I can't go to the Jamaica Bar Association for them to tell me about legislation in the public sector, because we have the lawyers in the public sector that have studied these. I can't go to Jamaica Chamber of Commerce for them to tell me about matters of commerce, because I have Brother Clarence Spirit and Sister Anderson that works in the Ministry of Industrial Commerce and can advise me. Colleagues, we are the experts. No other union in Jamaica have what we have. None. And it's the self-defeating narrative when we tell ourselves that other people giving us more information than we have, when we have the information, because the information is coming from us to other people, and then say we're getting more from other people when it's we giving the information to give it back to us.
Sir?
So we have a question online.
Sir, we have lunch is ready, but could you take the question from Carl Clark? Call her name. No, call her name. Ask her to say a question.
Go ahead, Sister Carol. Speak. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, bro.
Going once, going twice, going. All right, so until she's ready, sir, go ahead. Could you read? I took questions from YouTube are now in Zoom. You could just scroll and look at those.
Are you hearing
Just
me?
read the questions to me and I will say to the audience. Or you could use the microphone and just relay the question so everybody can hear.
Are you hearing me? Nobody's hearing me? Really? Is anybody hearing me?
Afternoon.
We can hear you, but I'm not sure what is happening at the headquarters.
Sorry, Raymond McPan, Manchester chapter. Just a quick question. I think it's opportune for me to ask a question based on what you just said, the response you gave. So in the public service, you can move from one area of service to another. I may not fall under the JCSA anymore. For example, LOSA, so you move from, in terms of post, to fall under LOSA. I'm just asking a question. You don't need to be represented by the union if you want to still have your representation made by the JCSA.
All right.
But you understand what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. All right. So, and again, this is the beauty of a Jamaican Civil Service Association. That once you're a public officer, you can become a member of the JCSA. We have many attorneys. Brother Mark is a member of JCSA. And Mark, are you a member of LOSA as well? Okay, I was just asking. We have members of LOSA who are members of the JCSA. LOSA is a union staff association that has from time to time been in dialogue with us because based on our technical expertise, they have been seeking affiliation to the JCSA. And because of how their leadership change, it has often proven difficult to finalize their rate because as a new head of LOSA comes in, we have to restart the conversation again because there has not been any strong continuity. They operate out of the Attorney General's chambers. That's where they are located, and sometimes it's difficult to have meetings and conversations about pertinent matters there. And they want to have affiliation, but they can have a safe space and they rely on our industrial relations expertise and so on. So, I mean, we will try with the new presidency. I spoke to the last one about 2 years ago. And that person, the meeting officer, to talk to the new person. So it's always been a difficult way to move the issue forward. But we are prepared to engage in an affiliation arrangement so that we can share more. Because they are officers, they are public officers, so they can become members of the union. So you don't have to roll out occupationally. You know, once you're employed in the public sector, you can retain your membership. And we have membership in every profession. Even soldiers in the JDF are members of the JCSA. And NHT staff, UDC, everybody, everywhere. We have members everywhere.
Mr. Ellen, are you hearing
I understand.
Carol Clark is ready now, sir. One question.
Go ahead, Sister Carol.
Good
Soldiers in the JDF
afternoon.
are members of the JCSA.
Good afternoon, brothers and sisters.
Everybody, everywhere. We have members everywhere.
Hello, are you hearing me now? Are you hearing me? Good afternoon. Mr. President.
All right.
Go ahead, Sister Carol.
There's a delay. There's a delay.
Hello, are you hearing me now? Are you hearing me?
She has her device listening to. She has her device listening to, so I can't. She has to cut it. She has to turn off her device and talk.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes.
Are you hearing me?
She has her device listening to.
Turn off my device. Are you hearing me any better?
She has to cut it.
I turn
off her device and talk.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes.
Are you hearing me?
All right, you'll have to just send her questions. Sir, there are some questions in the chat.
Oh my God.
No, I can't get to scroll down to it because my look.
Hello, hello.
One Zoom. Tamara, you on Zoom? One Zoom.
My question is about the computer
Use the
load.
microphone, it's behind you.
When do we expect? All right, so one of the questions from Sandra Clemens, when do we expect this compensation review to be concluded?
The compensation review implementation will conclude in 2024. It's a 3-year process. We are in phase 1 now. In terms of the first date of implementation, the Minister of Finance has indicated that he's targeting July 1 as the first date of implementation. And that will be effective, retroactive to April 1, 2022.
All right, so, all right. There is one from O'Neill James, and he's asking HRs. He's saying that HRs be issuing new salary scales or job description which speaks to salary soon. Go down. So he's saying that HR, they are issuing new salary scales. Good afternoon. I'm just joining. So, go down. You see, I don't have the mouse. Come. All right. Jamie Hunter is asking, the 6-month timeline given by the government, is that applicable to central government workers or just statutory bodies?
Just those state agencies, not the central civil service and the executive agencies, and what they refer to as protective services, to include the police, fire officers, and correctional officers. So the core civil service is the central civil service, executive agencies, police, fire, correctional officers, and regional health authorities.
There's another one from O'Neill Thomas, and he's saying that the economy is not producing, so we will lose jobs.
That is not the JCSA's concern right now, that the economy is losing jobs. The indicators that we have is that there's record unemployment, record numbers of, low unemployment, record low unemployment, tax revenues in terms of income taxes, PAYE are up.
There is more to the question.
Collections by the National Housing Trust from employees, statutory reductions are up. Everything is pointing to increased employment and collections from employment. So I don't know where the statistic came from about job cuts and so on.
So he was saying that, and will posts be made redundant in order to sustain their payout?
There's been no mention anywhere of any redundancy or any job cuts in the compensation review. It is not a job cutting exercise. It is a compensation review exercise.
There's more. Number two. All right, so what? You can see it. Fix it. Same O'Neill Thomas. What?
We have a question from somebody else now, please, in the chat.
No, he was saying that. What about the middle? All right, next.
Let me get questions from somebody else in the chat.
All right, from Ariel and Mommy's World, the JCSA has made these requests of the government, some of which are far-fetched, and if they are not accepted, then what? Many persons saying they will be worse off, but on what basis?
None of the requests of the government is far-fetched. They are all reasonable and logical requests, and that is why they have been included in the claims, having been tested by the negotiating team. If the government does not accept our claims, then we will be in a position to determine whether or not we will move on or continue to press for those items. But these are negotiations. There will be winners, there will be losers.
And there's just a final comment, really, from Ariel and Mommy's World. When the government finish fulfilling these requests, about 80% of my salary will be lost in taxes. Remember, it's from taxes public sector workers are paid.
All right. point is quite well taken. I don't see the relationship between our position and 80% of income lost through taxes. I suppose the sister is referring to the fact that because of the compensation review, whatever she's getting is going to cause her to pay more income tax than she's paying now. The objective that she should be focused on is whether or not, after all has been implemented, whether or not the take-home pay is going to be better than it is now. Because if you adjust the compensation, it's natural that the taxes flowing from that is going to change. It's a matter of what the take-home pay will look like coming from that. There is no reclassification being done now, and this is from the psychiatric health aides. There is no reclassification being done now in the health sector. Everything is now being done under the compensation review, and in year 2 there will be a job factor evaluation exercise in year 2. For persons retiring this year, we have indicated that their salaries should be calculated at the last salary drawn. The Ministry of Finance is now warning to that. They have indicated that persons will get the regular calculation. We have indicated that we want an adjustment to that because it's going to put some persons at a disadvantage. The Ministry of Finance has been pushing back on that position, but we are going to see how we can advance that. Most persons going off in the period of the review will have their pensions calculated as at April 1, 2022.
Sir, from Carol, Chapter Chair Carol Clark, she's asking, are we looking at computer loans and the car loan?
The Ministry of Finance has indicated that it wants to discontinue these items. We have indicated to them that those matters are being negotiated and cannot be discontinued until we have concluded. We are in our negotiations, we are saying that they ought not to be discontinued because the government has to replace the benefit if they want to discontinue them. And they have not made us an offer in terms of a replacement. So we are holding firm to that. All right? Okay, colleagues, I'm waiting on the signal in terms of lunch. I'm not seeing any signals in terms of lunch. I know the lunch is here.
It's ready and packaged.
I know the lunch is here. Colleagues, lunch. Are we breaking for lunch now?
Yes, sir.
Colleagues, are we breaking for lunch now? All right. So I'm advised that we are breaking for lunch now, colleagues. And so I want to thank you for your rich participation in this morning session that has gone into afternoon. We resume at 2:30, where we will go into the afternoon session looking at the various reports and presentations from the annual report. Thank you very much, and please enjoy your lunch and see you back at 2:30. Thank you.
No, all right, man. Good afternoon. Everybody.
You know, oh, yeah. They see you smile, but they don't know what you feel inside. Yes, so long me make me ball, long me make me cry, cause they don't know what I feel inside. Long me make me ball, even what I feel. Yes, I. And I say, long me make me ball, long me make me cry, cause only I know, yes, only I know. Them say, Conix come on the stage, I want done it. Him and him bands, man, friend, them bunny. But them never know, say I one shirt. Me have to wash it and me have to sun it. Them say me take the stage, them say me lyrics, them a flow. But them never know, say we have it. Work hard in a 6 feet of snow, they don't know. They don't know. They see me smile, but they don't know what I feel inside. They don't see it, son. Only you know. Yes, boy. Only you know. Ooh, they see you smile. Know what I feel. They see you smile. Best friend a come to take your life are the worst thing you could ever see. Never Teflon, no can a man where you are power with from your band turn on the enemy. We no want a friend from them, cause them heart it full up of jealousy. I did to what we used to share a glass of rum, now you want kill me for anything. But how me fit just I'm not certain. Where you are to behind curtain. Enough of them say them are your friend when you check it out. Them is a different person. Them now want see you dribble like burden. Them want you live your life in a burden. Oh, we have to say me are your friend when we check it out. You is a different person. Because enough of them want see your head back shell out. Same way my little friend that sell out. None of us see the sergeant and lock them out. They don't come in on me quarters and extract them out. See it clear them now with me. But them can't stop till I see I pitney. Do the road slippery, me get the victory. Teflon fly over bad mind quickly. Because them evil, dirty are bad mind people. Watch everything that we do. Sit down and plan up to kill you. Yeah, a good thing say me no ja. And me woulda be a falling soldier. Yeah, make me tell you bad mind can't get me off of the road. Just stop spend your money for obia. How me fit just I'm not certain. Where you are to behind curtain. No for them say them are your friend when you check it out. Them is a different person. Them now want see you dribble like burden. Them want you live your life in a burden. Oh, we have to say me are your friend when we check it out. You is a different person. Them is a different person. Them woulda want me charged for murder. Accuse me for things that me never yet heard of. But me nah play for chop off the friendship before the linkage gonna further. Some of them will sell you out for a burger. One paint a white teeth and I red them a burger. Some of them switch and go switch and one you get stiff. Me have to wonder if the boy them a surgeon. Evil, dirty or bad mind people. Watch everything that we do. Sit down and plan up to kill you. Watch out, I me say a good thing say me no oja. I me would be a falling so oja. But man can't get me off of the road, yeah. So stop spend your money for obia. How me fit just I'm not certain. Where you are to behind curtain. No for them say them are your friend when you check it out. Them is a different person. Them no want see you dribble like burden. Them want you live your life in a burden. No for them say them are your friend when you check it out. Them is a different person. Best friend I come to take your life are the worst thing you could ever see. How can a man where you are power with from your band turn on be your enemy? Me no want a friend from them, cause them want it full of jealousy. Remember the two we used to share a glass of rum, so you want kill me for anything. Them are wicked people. Them are wicked people. But I try evil. Watch out, and them are wicked people. Them are wicked people. How can a man where you are power with from your band turn on be your enemy? Me no want a friend from them, cause them want it full of jealousy. Remember the two we used to share a glass of rum, so you want kill me for anything. Them are wicked people. Them are wicked people. But I try evil. Watch out, and them are wicked people. Them are wicked people. And them are wicked. All of them are wicked. can't live so baby. Why oh why oh why listen me no daughter. Listen, baby, listen, baby. I know you're tired of the stress and the strain and the city life. Come make we drink jelly water. Yes, I. Darling, make we make another escape from the hustle and the bustle tonight. And I don't know where you wanna go, but I'm willing to take you there. Girl, just be who you wanna be. Once you're with me, baby, I've no fear. So much beautiful things to see. Girl, don't waste your life. And there is only one love to give. Girl, we now waste no time. And I don't know if I beach or if I riverside. Hey, but I wanna take you somewhere tonight. And I don't know if I beach or if I riverside. Hey, and I don't know if I hill or valley. But I beg you come chill with chronics tonight. Why oh why oh why oh why oh why. I said if put down the book them. Yes girl, yes girl. Exam done from last week and me sure say you pass. Girl, put on a short, stretch your foot them. Yes, girl. Where we are going, it's not that far. Park the car and make we take a walk. And I don't know where you wanna go, but I'm willing to take you there. But I know if I bike or a bicycle. But baby, come let me take you somewhere. And I don't know where you wanna go. Girl, come with me, love. So much things to see, so many things to see. And I don't know if I beach or if I riverside. Girl, but I wanna take you somewhere tonight. Lord, because me see it in your eye, me say me see it in your eyes. I say you're tired of the 9 to 5. Plus the boss boy have you in a overdrive. But me say that fireman you like your vibe. So make me take you to the forest figure sightsee. Chilling on the beach with you beside me. The paparazzi ask if you want me wifey. Where you are go tell them me girl, Whoa. And I don't know where you wanna go, but I'm willing to take you there. But I know if I bike or a bicycle. But baby, come let me take you somewhere. And I don't know where you wanna go. Girl, come with me, love. So much things to see, so much things to see. And I don't know if I beach or if I riverside. Hey, but I wanna take you somewhere tonight, darling. And I don't know if I beach or if I riverside. Oh, I mean I know if I hill or valley. Come chill with chronics tonight. Why oh why oh why oh why oh why. Nice to dread and terror upon them. Hey. Good God of grace, will I have His mercy. Hey. I miss an old slave driver. Time is catching up on you. Old slave driver. I know your sins them are on. So carry we go home. I bring the brown east. Well, come on a Rasta man. A Rasta no live on no capital land. Oh you mean? Carry we go home. Oh you mean? As if we settle and cease. Well, come on a Rasta man. A Rasta no live on no capital land. Well, Lord America a capital and the whole of Jamaica a capital and a long time them want want trick the Rasta man. Like them no know say that man a real African. You think me no member King Ferdinand and thief in Columbus have a golden plan. They make a wrong turn and end up in Caribbean. One Rasta no side kill enough Indian. And turn paradise in a plantation and bring cross one ship load of African. Now here comes the thief in Queen from England. Now she come well and envy Maga. Century on top of century full of separation. And after 400 years me send a reparation. I know them want to kill me with the taxation. But I beg you please take me to the motherland. I beg you carry me go home. I bring me from the east. Come on a Rasta man. A Rasta no live on no Chachala. Coulda never carry me go home. I said we settle and cease. Come on a Rasta man. A Rasta no live on no Chachala. Watch them pan it up at the hill. And looking at them play it how we properly feel. Because downtown have shot off the kill. Them tell it tourists every stop on the grill. So come make we start a new chapter. We not stay on the land where them capture. And me say Africa fi all to Rasta. I so go tell it and screw plus factor. Say carry we go home. I bring we run a east well. Come on a Rasta man. A Rasta no live on no capture land. Go tell them that and carry we go home. I said we settle and peace way. Yeah man a Rasta man. I'm in a lip on a capture. Lip on a capture. Follow me now. That every garden a capture land. Me tell you short to say that a capture land. A Los Angeles that a capture land. A New York City that a capture land. Hey, some of the place where you want to live sweet. A thief in the land there's no title feet. Some of these places where you want to live nice. I give them thief it in the name of Christ. Spanish town that a capture land. The whole of Kingston that a capture land. Remember Portland that a capture land. And all run a Trinidad that a capture land. Barbados that a capture land. Tell them Bermuda that a capture land. I tell Colombia say that a capture land. And all run a Cuba say that a capture land. Yeah. Tell me where you come from, Chronics. Whoa. I'm not from around here. Yeah, where I come from. This is the remix, man. Zing fans from I was a baby. Wrap up in a nappy. Me never ever like to see me mommy unhappy. So me go married to the money under a canopy. Can me believe say every black man can happy. Because boom me love jewelry that they love teams. Me and Teflon fi have house we kill up on the hill. Grandma want the house we build. When me say ill, me a talk about close to jail boy. I mean, I know about Jack. When it comes to money, me say me know about that. And if I JSE, me say me sure about stocks. And if I make it in a life, can I sure about that? Whoa, boy, where I come from, everyone's happy. So me call Walshy and tell him for say, go and go tell Wall Street that I'm coming soon. Been dreaming about money all afternoon because making money is always on my mind. Ooh Lord, go down the west pan a piece of land and farm the highest, then that's the plan because making money is always on my mind. So from here, this the motherland, that mean this your father. But I like to build a house, this a barber. Drive round in the whole of Africa and stretch me unto where we get the youth and send this your ask for. Poverty me curse it, me pocket weak until me have to nurse it. So me a go also try entrepreneurship, cause me have to sweeten me account like Hershey's. I say, where I come from, everyone's happy. But them bring we beyond, don't I carry beyond. Take we to a place where everyone's crying, whoa, whoa, where I come from, everyone's happy. Ooh Lord, worship. Where we come from, everyone's smiling. But they bring me to a place where people are born. Hey. Ooh Lord, while she fire bring me in a the studio and say voice no chronics. So me lift up my voice, understand it. People ask if me dep on chronic. Them fi know say ya steam, and nobody can separate it from it. I saw we do it and Babylon panic. When time them see we Babylon get upset and start vomit. You. Where I come from, full up a gunman, but everyone I laugh because the little youth them have food in a them lunch pan. But Babylon come down and them bring the guns down, and the youth them get shoot down. Hey, that's how we do it every day in a studio, write and tweet every day. People say chronics couldn't so you stay. Me tell them I saw me born. Hey. And them say you would stop the noise, but me now stop the noise. Cause me love sing and raise up my voice. I make the world hear, and every boy and every girl hear. Whether you're Indian with curl ear or ease. Second, yeah, chronics. Ah boy, digital, 1-1, chronics again. Enough a talk about bus what? Left some of them a wait at the bus stop. Enough get the bus and go fall off track and see them a bus back. I wait for bus back, but guess what? Still I see I alone, miss alone. All red light at the trend, chronics a talkie show. Me say me nah do where Babylon want me do. Them just in a straight jeans, me in a khaki suit. When me a the only man with pants pan waist, me nah follow nobody. And when the old Jamaica bleach them face, me nah follow nobody. Tell them a me man, no me same one. Settle pupa chronics and the microphone stand. And when a me alone I sing righteous song, me nah follow nobody. Tell them trend easy fi follow, no easy fi set. No settle fi the less, I proceed fi the best. And if you think I like put me to the test, give me a beat and I might be no need nothing else. Me see them a drink rum but me nah sip up. And me no want drunk till me can't get up. Me say me nah sing no song but the party buck was me nah show me underpants the bus. Me a the humble man with pants pan waist, but me nah follow nobody. And when the old Jamaica bleach them face, me nah follow nobody. Make them know a me man, no me same one. Easy pupa chronics and the microphone. Lord, and when a me alone I sing righteous song, me nah follow nobody. Them me a one rasta youth when a prepare pressure. Nah follow some dread and go pre-ear just. No for talk say them and no for talk say them. But then when you go with them yard like Savine be a setter. And no floss who them say me nah bust without a tattoo. Hey, I couldn't meet them a talk to them a figure settle down make chronics pass through. While when me a the only man with pants pan waist, nah follow nobody. Whole Jamaica bleach them face, but me nah follow no. Tell them trend easy if you follow, you know easy if you set. No settle for the less, I proceed for the best. And if you think I like, put me to the test. Give me a beat and I might, me no need nothing else. Me see them a drink rum, but me nah sip up. Me no want drunk till me can't get up. Me say me nah sing no song about the party buck. Was me nah show me under fancy bus. Me a the humble man with pants pan waist, but me nah follow nobody. And when the old Jamaica bleach them face, me nah follow nobody. Let them know me man, no me same one. Easy pupa chronic on the microphone. Lord, and when I me alone I sing righteous song, me nah follow nobody. Welcome, why, hey. Chronics, left and right, just soldiers are come, left and right, wait. Ooh yeah, boy. And them say here comes trouble, here comes the danger, sent by the Savior, welcome the Rasta youths. I start recruit soldiers for Selassie army. Ay. Here comes trouble, here comes the danger. Welcome the Savior, welcome the Rasta youths. You're not for axes who at the general issue in a warning. Job people them a ball, said them tired of mediocre. Evil a go fall when we tried in Ethiopia. Believing from down, cause them life not easy boat. Even Bantan said it's not an easy road. Operation occupy the motherland, calling all soldiers to kind each other along. From creation, he writing a job plan, but Chronics can't do it alone. So I'm recruiting soldiers coming from near and far. I choose executing Selassie works and the Rastafari true. And them say here comes trouble, here comes the danger, sent by the Savior, welcome the Rasta youths. I'm on a start recruit soldiers for Selassie army. Aye. Here comes trouble, here comes the danger, welcome the Savior, welcome the Rasta youths. You're not for axes who at the general issue in a warning, boy. Waving the banner red, green and gold. It is such a honor prophecies unfold. Discovered on stones, on trees and scroll. And even in the stories that Jesus told. Rasta youth must inherit the earth. Can't sit down, Jaja send me for work. Bring the fire in a room, Jaja send me for purge. But I can't do it alone. Rasta recruiting soldiers coming from near and far. I choose executing Selassie works and be Rastafari choose. Here comes trouble, here comes the danger, sent by the Savior, welcome the Rasta youth. I start recruit soldiers for Selassie army. Ay. Here comes trouble, here comes the danger, welcome the Savior, welcome the Rasta youth. You're not for axes who at the general issue in a warning. Ay. Left or right, the soldiers are gone. Left, right, the soldiers are gone. Ay. Could I never throw it down, no boy. Yeah, how we say left, right, the soldiers are come. Left, right, the soldiers are come. Left, right, the soldiers are marching on, boy. How we say, here comes trouble, my friend, and here comes danger. Rastafari send me come. I said we're sent by the Savior. Here comes trouble, my friend. Here comes danger, boy. Ooh, nah. Hey, and then say, here comes trouble, here comes the danger, here comes trouble. Hey. Here comes trouble, here comes the danger, sent by the Savior, welcome the Rasta. where the light of them day sing fair. Hear me no shades. Whoa, whoa. Can you hear me when I say, put your lighters in the air? Lighters in the air. If you know your heart clean like a whistle, like a whistle, heart clean like a little whistle. Hey, me and my brother them good. Me never grudge Teflon. Family me deal with me bun, yes man. In a interview them ask enough question. Them want know where me born and where me come from. Tell them that I Vegas same time. They saw me born right on the train line. 10 and a half seconds a game time. And if a brother and a half, me say me we share mine with them. Share it like a good news. Call me love my family like a cook food. Late in the hours a night we cook food. Every plate of it full up of rice and good stew. Ay, let me see some lighter. From your nose say you feel alright. I miss a love defeat all evil. That song you have to clean out people. Can you hear me when I say, put your lighters in the air? Lighters in the air. If you know your heart clean like a whistle, like a whistle, heart clean like a little whistle. Ay, clean like a whistle, oh, clean like a little whistle. Ay, easy no shades, now watch your face, daddy bands. Clean like a whistle and a same so we born. You believe in me and everywhere me perform. People as you say who no dear to me heart. Zion, Kelly so don't say your words. In fence them can't say we sound never work. Hey, Teflon all the crown them a yours. Couldn't help but feel write it down in a words, yeah. Because me certain, who no not trade me fi none of the pearl them. Enough people a walk on road in a clean clothes, but them hearty want detergent. Hey, so make me see some lighter. If you know so you feel alright. I miss a love defeat all evil. That song you have to clean out people. Can you hear me when I say, put your lighters in the air? Lighters in the air. If you know your heart clean like a whistle, like a whistle, heart clean like a little whistle. Clean like a whistle, like a whistle, heart clean. Whoa, whoa, boy, heart clean like a whistle, heart clean like a whistle, like a whistle, heart clean. Alright. Easy yourself in a Isa. Every cake you say I forget a piece of. Circle yourself cause namde Calico. Oh boy. Easy chakula. Hey, remember you tell me for straight like ruler. Hey. Yes I bless up all of the clean out people in the world. The ones with the dirty heart too. We still believe in you. We still have faith in you. Yes, Why? Chronics. Big up all them real high school friend them. Hey, don't say a word. Sparks. We ain't not say a word neither. Loving it to me, loving it to me, yeah, boy. I say me 10 stepper ahead of them, 10 stepper. Tell them I now, Selassie I federal, Rasta we a fight war spiritual. Hey, welcome Chronics the general, watch out. Step in a the bar, make a entry. Winnings me innings, Chronics make a century. Steam chalice, we have the better sense. Better than we have parental plenty. Babylon, them a pre-man in the city. Get we find out them a demon in the city. When it all boil down to the deep and nitty-gritty. See it clear, them mix up in a iniquity. Stepping at the wild battlefield with the pagan and a sprinkle. I'll have me feet and I want to see I spend Kyle and me seat. But still I see I'm a me guide and me shield. Hey, them a pre-man in the city. Let me find out them a demon in the city. When it all boil down to the deep and nitty-gritty. See it clear, them mix up in a iniquity. Over evil, right for me heart. Babylon afraid when they give the and start, man a worry about. Tell them man a worry about. Full suit of armor, sword in a hand, ready for go chant down dirty Babylon, man a worry about. Tell them man a worry about. Chronic's real warrior, Sealer real warrior. Real warrior, boy, Jehovah evil warrior. Babylon your might win the fight, but a Christ win the war. Can't trick me with vanity, no frightened figure. All the money in the world and the prettiest girl. Tell your old Jezebel, me no frightened fear. This on the roots and Baba war. If I let you come a war with you, no bother war. Hey, real Spartan in a Jaja war, in a khaki suit like me go a Calabar. Me tell them from day one, just up in a me helmet of salvation. Me no care when the hypocrite a plan be wrong. Zinc fence, Teflon a step on Satan. Babylon them a pre-man in the city. Get to find out them a demon in the city. When it all boil down to the deep and integrity. Them mix up in a iniquity. Over evil, right from the heart. Babylon afraid when they get the hand start. Man a worry about. Tell them man a worry about. Full suit of armor, sword in a hand, ready for the chant down dirty Babylon, man a worry about. Tell them man a worry about. Chronic's real warrior, Singular real warrior, real warrior, Jehovah real warrior, Jehovah evil, right for me heart. Babylon afraid when the Gideon start, man a worry about. Tell them man a warrior, boy. Full suit of armor, sword in a hand, ready for go chant down dirty Babylon, man a warrior, boy. Tell them man a warrior, boy. Chronic's real warrior, ten view, real warrior, real warrior. Something about you, girl, and I don't think it's just your smile. I don't know how to say it now. I've been thinking for a while. The best way to say it, woman, your energy is right, yeah. Before I hold you in my arms, I wanna hold you in my heart. Before we share our love upon that bed, I wanna place this crown upon your head, woman. Girl, you're my queen, majesty. You are my queen, majesty. Don't you know you are my queen, majesty? Oh, you are my queen, majesty. Queen of the jungle, you are the lioness. Other feline a grumble, but they're always trying your best. So when the whole world a crumble, your lion is alright. Before I hold you close, oh girl, I wanna let you know that when all is done and all is said, you deserve that crown upon your head, woman. I said, queen, don't you know you are my queen, baby? Majesty. So hear me now. Well, me say Cleopatra, Queen of Sheba, Nefertiti, you are your feature. Empress, man in a beautiful creature. You summarize every queen of the East seas out. Every night crawler and gully creeper. I mean I know about no Mona Lisa, and but me know Venus and Serena. Undisputed Queen Amiga. To the river bank, come the river bank skin girl. All good you know, no problem girl. Kill a body of physique, shot them. Kill a body of physique, shot them. Straight greens don't visit Agpen. And the majesty I it a mad them. All bout and me get up and I sing your anthem, girl. Cross my heart and my pledge from when I want Queen Star all my love song them non-stop. I want Queen Star all my love song them from top. And I want Queen Star all my love song them ease out. I know everybody I go like we, still we irie. Come in all love likes, in a dancehall style. I know everybody I go like, still me irie. Cause we no love likes, no. So every time I rise, we do it for the love, and I do it for the likes. Do it for the love, and I do it for the likes. Do it for the love, and I do it for the likes. Make them know success don't come overnight. Don't make them know a substance over hype. Do it for the love, and I do it for the life. Enough of them love likes, that don't right. Sit down on a post and a tweet all night. See them on social media type. While like say them they a studio advice. Oh me never put them up on no flight. And me never see them a live no tour life. You miss someone now you have so much likes. I'm always still a lead by iTunes. Simple mean we not ready yet. If we put the music first, that's all. While we they on a war and a hype. Free work now. Jesus Christ, do it for the love, and I do it for the life. Young into the beat, everybody move your feet. And you know fit it, and me mommy know fit it. After that, when we mix a tune and drop it like a bomb. Me no wanna waste guy a critique my song. Me no wanna media guy interpret me wrong. So make me give me credits in a dancehall fashion first. Big up Kalanji and the one Capleton. The Wild Apache and the one Ninja Man. Then big up the Killer and the one Beanie Man. King Yellow Man, Buru Buju Bantan. Early B, Nachila Simadidan. Me and Jamaica, him sister Diamond. And none of them no bad like Marianne. Ladies, you are real big man. Big up Lady Dika, you are the love vegan. Big up Dirts, man, and even brother Papa Son. Big up Gary Minor, you don't know what you got done. Big up mechanical, you want it all, like a can steal it, cleave it, Tony and Dave Kelly. Happy digital it and a kingdom it. Exterminate and slay and rabbit. Stephen McGregor and Corleone. Yeah. Big up Suckle and Keen Bulby. Donovan, Jermaine, Graft and Mikey. Deep now the science and I know me ready. All of these Cub Scouts have to talk up to me. I carry you, Jaja, deep down in my soul. Always hold my hand in a Jaja, never let me go. I walk with you, Jaja, deep down in my soul. Oh, you mean? Always hold my hand in a Jaja, never let me go. I still walk with the Savior, each and everywhere that I go. Still not left out the most high. I not left out the most high. I still a walk with the Savior, each and everywhere that I go. Still not left King Tafari. I not left out the most high. Here's my hand, Oja. Could you walk with me? I'm alone, Oja. Could you talk with me? Yes. You are the reason me not in at the market. And you give me peace now me heart all when me get rich and have 3 bodyguard and some big bad dog in me heart. I still a walk with the Savior, each and everywhere that I go. Still not left out the most high. I not left out the most high. I still a walk with the Savior, each and everywhere that I go. Still not left King Tafari. I not left out the most high. On my way to school, carry Jaja with me. All in the classroom, carry Jaja with me. Oh, you mean? In every lane and every crevice and corner. Still I see her, yes, him a fi me dan dada. From me a little bit of pitney one order. So all when me turn grandfather. And I still a walk with the Savior, each and everywhere that I go. And still not left out the most high. I not left out the most high. I still a walk with the Savior, each and everywhere that I go. Still not left King Tafari. I not left out the most high. So I bet you walk with me and talk with me. Cause no matter how much I you walk with, without Jah, your son are rotted. So walk with me, and talk with me. Don't watch them nuclear power, no. Down to the very last hour, I still a walk with the Savior, each and everywhere that I go. Still now, left out the most high. No, left out. I still a walk with the Savior, each and everywhere. Now left out the most high. Now left King Tafari. Excellencies, and I say trample the bass. Yeah, I still a walk with the Savior, each and everywhere that I go. Whoa, 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 whoa. Them not really give a Them not really give a damn. About poor people. Them not give a damn about poor people. Selfish capitalists they are. Selfish capitalists they damn. about poor people. Them not give a damn about poor people. Selfish capitalists they are. Selfish capitalists. 400 times 12 are the minimum wage. 12 times 2 are the minimum age. No maximum. Police track you down. Gunshot box you down. 12 minimum gauge. And them not really give a damn. And them want have the power in their hand. Fi manipulate the real African. But that now go work in a man. Them poison we mind with them evil indoctrination. Then we body with them evil lost vaccination. See them now, poverty a vaccination. Damn, what a intoxication. Desperation grew up like turban. Some turned down and start burn man with the German. Who's to be blamed? Not Bruce nor Porsche, NCB nor Scotia. Federal Reserve, the Swiss banks. Damn. About poor people, them not give a damn about poor people. Selfish capitalists they are. Selfish capitalists are them. About poor people, them not give a damn about poor people. Selfish capitalists they are. Selfish capitalists are.
Even in hell, you can find an oasis where graveless corpses lay faceless on the pavements. Cages, bloodhounds, and strays in. Who wants to be on the receiving end of the gauge? Damn, day to day I'm more vigilant. The snitches, the snakes, and the fakes are more frivolous. Venom is in every vein, the semi-sprain in any brain. Walk like 75% of your face ain't very strange. The niggas feel the rage, you know it's feeding time. Heat of time, need a 9 to bleed your spine and leave you dying. These are the tales of the place to be lived. With unfulfilled dreams and the fiends keep abusing the kids. These are the dark angels Santa wouldn't dare visit. Birth from a womb that was consumed by dirty syphilis. Roaming the streets is a taste of peace of the devil. Hope's a joke to the amount of people that the cigarette kills. Feeling depressed under the stress up to their necks for bills. Even though my mom said I shouldn't, I got a weapon still.
Yeah, and I will never ever live to kill the amount of people where them economic weapon kill them. About poor people, and them not give a damn about poor people. Selfish capitalists they are. Selfish capitalists are damn. About poor people, them not give a damn about poor people. Selfish capitalists they are. Whoa, 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 whoa. About poor people, them not give a damn about poor people. Selfish capitalists they are. And dirty capitalists are damn. About poor people, them not give a damn. Them not really give a. Them not really give a. Them not really give a damn. Again. Yes, I am. Yes. Highly, 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 highly. Ah, boy, you never want me forever burning. And you see when the tables turn, me say I love her, I and I preaching. So every land of hate will burn. I was there when the ships came and chastised in a Jesus' name. Wonder if me crazy, wonder if me sane, but the whole of Rome I go up in a flame. I know nothing see me walk in a room and start a fire, start a fire. And I know nothing see me walk in a room and start a fire, start a fire. God them I wonder how a little African I go burn down the whole in a Vatican, but I know nothing see me walk in a room. Start a fire, start a fire. We a go home, the whole demographic. And when me talk, I mean no hypocritic. When you say Rome, I eat no geographic. But if I you feel wear the cap, then I you will have it. When me say Rome, me a talk about lion. I the Selassie, I the power of the triad. The eagle and the dragon and the bear spit fire, but them can't overthrow the conquering lion. Listen to the voice of the people. Today Rome will burn, and not me alone, I over evil. Said today Rome will burn. And nothing for me walk in a room and start a fire, start a fire. Yes, no nothing for me walk in a room and start a fire. Me say a fire because them a ask how a little African I go ignite the whole in a Vatican, but I know nothing for me walk in a room start a fire. Yes I know me alone. I color come. Teflon a walk with the eye collar bun. And when you feel the earthquake shake down a ground and a gun, a shades that a come. And I know nothing for me walk in a room and start a fire, start a fire. And I know nothing for me walk in a room and start a fire, start a fire. And them a ask, oh a little African I go ignite the whole in a Vatican. And I nothing for me walk in a room and start a fire, start a fire. I'm say listen to the voice of the people. Today Rome will burn. And not me alone as a over evil. Say today Rome will burn. I'm say listen to the voice of the people. Today Rome will burn. And not me alone, and not me alone. Today. You know what I mean? 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 Yes, I. Today, Rome will burn. Rome will burn. Today, Rome will burn. Rome will burn. Listen what me say now. Listen what me say now. I go burn.
I don't think we're hearing on Zoom, please. Don't think we're hearing on Zoom at all.
Apologies for that. We're going to try and rectify it.
Oh, you're trying to rectify it, you said?
Yes, we are. Apologies.
Thank you.
All right, page 66 and 67. Pages 68 and 69. Pages 70 and 71. Page 72. That, colleagues, represents the minutes of the 102nd Annual General Meeting. Inviting a motion to confirm them. Do we have anybody online? Anybody? Ingrid Edwards from the Ministry of Transport and Mining, and Suzette Grant from the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. All in favor? Any against? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. We will go now to the matters arising from the 102nd AGM. And we normally start at the business session. We start on page 69. The MIND Professional Certificate in Industrial Relations continues to do very, very well. We have a small disappointment, and for those persons who need to be caught up to speed, the MIND certificate, the Professional Certificate in Industrial Relations, is a JCSA conceptualized course of study on industrial relations, seeking to ensure that a strong cohort of public sector workers are certified as it relates to industrial relations. Since our retreat in 2020, we have developed a change in the program where we have asked that all delegates of the JCSA are asked to attend and be certified in industrial relations. And this is basically a scholarship that they get. And so every delegate of the JCSA will be trained. We have finished the first cohort of 25. They have received their certifications. The second cohort of 25 is currently in training. I understand that they have just finished as well, and they will be awaiting their certification. And we will be starting the third batch of 25 delegates to be trained under the program. So by the end of this year, calendar year, we would have trained 75 of our delegates, certified industrial relations practitioners in the public sector. No other union has this facility where delegates are given a scholarship to be certified as industrial relations professionals. Our Toastmasters Club continues to do very, very well, having been chartered, and we continue to shower praises on our club president, Sister Melanie Mullings-Arnold, for the work that she has been doing with the Toastmasters Club. We invite members who are having challenges with dealing with their presentation. I just want to practice presenting and speaking publicly, that the Toastmasters Club is a real avenue for personal development and advancement. I want to go down to our Fitness and Wellness Center. We launched the Fitness and Wellness Center in May 2021, and it has been going and growing by leaps and bounds. Since then, we have opened all areas. We have now populated the gym and the fitness area. The bathrooms have been renovated, and we have installed a hot water shower system. So persons, after they have completed their workout, whether in the morning or the night, can have a nice hot shower. The massage therapist is in place. The barber and what's what called a groomer, not a barber, the groomer is in place. We are still working on populating other areas of the wellness center. Our juice bar is in full swing. And of course, colleagues, we are doing very, very well with our fitness and wellness center. Since the last time that we met, we not only started the JCSA MasterCard, but we have reached the point where we distributed the cards. We overcame the regulatory issues. We distributed the cards, and it was going really well until the financial arm of the payment delivery service was in breach of the Bank of Jamaica Cambio license that they had, and it was shut down by the BOJ, which rendered our card unusable. The cards are still functional until the last dollar from the card is spent, and then the cards will no longer be usable. The JCSA has started dialogue to see how we can get another provider for the cards. And we would have had a presentation some time ago from the Jamaica Cooperative Credit Union League, who has a MasterCard product similar to the one that we had. And they are in the BOJ regulatory sandbox and have approached us to continue to see if we can go in that direction with them, and we are exploring that conversation. Arising from last year's minutes, we have developed some benefits for the membership. These are matters arising. And those would have been included in the section that dealt with the General Secretary's report. So on page 66, the joint venture agreement for Irwin in St. James. We had a few stops and starts, but I can tell you now, colleagues, that ground has in fact been broken at Irwin in St. James, and construction has started. Colleagues, our insurance product continues to do very well. Our motor vehicle help desk, we would have had 2 awardees, and we are taking steps to use those persons who have gone and received their motor vehicles through the motor vehicle help desk, and I'm at page 65, that the help desk now having delivered to 2 beneficiaries, we can say that the help desk is in fact now delivering on the mandate that we gave it to ensure that members can come through the Jamaica Civil Service Association and get their motor vehicles through us. Our insurance product through the JCIA continues to do very well, and we ask our members to continue doing business with JCIA, as it is in fact a good place to get your insurance. In relation to our proposal last year to look at a meals benefit for our members, it's very important based on the discussion that we had this morning that we are looking at ensuring that our members can be fed through their association by coming to us through our meals program. We are going to restart those conversations now, seeing that the COVID-19 pandemic that halted those discussions is being managed, that we can now go to that particular benefit. The mini mart has been located here to JCSA Park, and we are asking our members to continue to support the mini mart. We are ensuring to move to the next phase. And I say the mini mart, I want to call it the mini mart crew that is looking on, Sister Pauline, Brother Noble, Sister Susan, are working assiduously to ensure that we put the delivery system in place.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back in this.
We want to make sure that we move to the next phase where we can have the delivery system and that the goods will be ordered by you and delivered to you either we live or work. And we are wanting to ensure that our members feel the impact of the JCSA in that regard. Our health plan, and I'm still on page 66, our health plan, come August, we are going to be in the final year of the plan. The plan is for 3 years. We're going to be in the final year come August, and already plans are afoot to improve the benefits of the plan. The member unions that make up the Government Employee Administrative Services Only Committee, the JCSA committee, are already putting together items of improvement, areas of improvement to the plan that we are now going to take as a group to the Ministry of Finance. Just to remind everybody who the JCSA committee is, or what the JCSA committee is. It is a group of public sector unions and staff associations that sit to monitor our health plan. This includes the JCSA, where your president is as vice chair. The chairmanship is held by Patsy Henry, from the president of the Nursing Association. We have the Police Federation, the District Constables Association. We have the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of National Security sitting on that. We have the Ministry of Finance that sits on that committee. We have, those are the bodies that sit and make up the health plan. Our General Secretary is also a part of the JCSA monitoring committee. Last year when we spoke, we spoke very strongly about the compensation review. That's on page 68. And we continue to have that conversation. And we would have spoken about it this morning. Our positioning remains the same, that for us, the compensation review is about decent work through Goal 8. And we believe that through dialogue and social partnership, we are going to create or strive for the perfect working conditions for workers in Jamaica. Those are the matters of highlights that we have, matters arising from last year's annual general meeting. Is there any other item that I have overlooked in these minutes that you wish to raise, matters arising from these minutes? All right, there be no other matter arising from these minutes. We will now go to the presentation of the annual report, and I will now hand over the virtual microphone to our General Secretary, Sister Tiffany Powell.
Thank you, President Grant. Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. I will now present to you the General Secretary's overview, particularly reporting on the highlights in terms of activities during the period of review, and that is June 2021 to April 2022. For the past year, our society and economy was faced with upheavals due to what we now know as one of the worst pandemics in history. Over time, we have seen the world making a comeback. We have seen our country, Jamaica, pressing forward. Jamaica has started to re-engage with the international community. Jamaica has started to fight back in our response to the crisis by ramping up our social and economic support. While there's still much to be done, we have seen the efforts of our government to recover from the damage caused by COVID-19. In more recent times, we have felt the effects of the Russian invasion on Ukraine and the impact that it is likely to have on public sector workers and public services. Our members have been deeply challenged personally as well as professionally as we emerge from the pandemic that has affected our country, the region and local entities, as we grapple with the unprecedented emergencies caused by crime, violence, pollution, and the emerging decent work issues. As an association, we have redoubled our commitment to advocacy, leadership, and professional growth and development. The JCSA has navigated itself through troubled waters and will continue to face challenges head-on as they are presented. As such, we continue to focus on our strategic objectives for the past administrative year. Our primary focus has been to add new benefits to the menu and to commence and complete projects that will seek to revive and revitalize our members and to improve their lives. Our strategic overview for the period our strategic plan for the period 2020 to 2025 seeks to highlight the priorities of service delivery, human capital development, operational efficiency, and revenue enhancement. One of our core functions, industrial relations, we continue to strengthen the unit by not only bringing on staff with the necessary skill sets, but also to train our departmental representatives, chapter executives, and staff to be better equipped to serve our membership in this area. And you would have heard President Grant speaking earlier on about the PCIR course. That's the Professional Certificate in Industrial Relations course, which is done at the Management Institute for National Development. In terms of new benefits, for our 102nd anniversary, we saw the implementation of 2 additional benefits, one being the motor vehicle help desk and of course, our JCSA Fitness and Wellness Center. Since they have been brought on board, we have seen how much these benefits have grown and have been doing well, of course, serving their intended purpose. Members have been utilizing the gym, and we continue to promote these benefits to raise awareness amongst our members, and hence, more members will be able to benefit. As it relates to land in Albion Heights, this is Yala St. Thomas, we are moving ahead to reclaim our land for its intended purpose, and that is to provide housing solutions for the members of the Jamaica Civil Service Association. Another project that we have is the plans at Braco, and this is one of our property in Trelawney, and we will be seeking to build vacation cottages on our property at Braco. Works are underway. The land was surveyed, parish council was engaged, and the concept drawing was submitted and is being reviewed. In terms of our Kingston Mini-Mart relocation, as you are all aware, our Mini-Mart is here on base at JCSA Park, fully operational, and we continue to find ways to promote and to make shopping easier for our members. Of course, we would have heard the cries of our members in regards to delivery service, and that is going to be materialized in short order. From our human resources and administration, the unit continues to work under the direction of the strategic plan, and of course, our activities could not have been implemented without the necessary human resource. You will see here under staffing matters, we continue to fully ensure that personnel is on board to carry out the work of the organization. We would have brought on new team members. We have a help desk clerk in Miss Samantha Taylor. We have a first impressions officer for the Western Regional Office, Miss Tanisha Minzy. We have a cashier for the Western Region Mini-Mart, Miss Brianna Harvey, and of course, Miss Jennifer Plummer, the office attendant for the Western Regional Office. And what could we have done here if we did not have Miss Nicole Johnson, our cleaner at JCSA Park? Another new team member, Mr. Carlos Berry, who is the accounting clerk. On contractual arrangement, we have Ms. Delasita Drummond, who was re-engaged as regional administrator for the Western Region Office. And while we do bring on persons on board to strengthen the team and the mandate of the association, from time to time, we do have persons who leave us. And for those of you who are familiar, Sister Christina Parchment, who was administrative assistant, tendered her resignation, and this was effective January 2022. The Secretariat staff went through some challenges in regards to team members who were tested positive for the coronavirus, and we were quick in our response to treat with that matter. And we did the necessary sanitization. And of course, we continue to observe the protocols to ensure that all team members are safe. In terms of training, again, we continue to train our members. And you will see here a number of team members would have been trained, would have been sent on training in various areas to strengthen their skills. Overall, 35 team members would have been trained in customer service, and this was hosted by the Customer Service Association of Jamaica and the Caribbean Center for Organizational Excellence. Again, we do these things to enhance the competencies of our team so that they can provide you, our members, with the necessary services and to ensure that professionalism, efficiency is maintained. We had our staff retreat on the 14th of October, 2021, and presentations would have been done. This was led by our first Vice President, then Sister Tisha Clark Griffiths. Continuing again, we would have had at least 50 General Council members being trained in the professional certificate in industrial relations, and we're seeking to have the third and the final cohort being trained in this certification course. In terms of public sector modernization, again, I know Prez, you spoke earlier on about the reward and recognition program, and tying into that, there is a service excellence policy that is also being developed. This is coming out of the Office of the Cabinet, and the policy is designed to provide a comprehensive benchmark against which the current level of service delivery can be assessed, and this will form the basis for improving the delivery of services that we will provide to customers. In the month of January, we had our chapter annual general meetings, and this is by constitution, and all chapters would have hosted their chapter's annual general meeting during the period. Some persons thought that it would have been impossible due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but we sought to have these, and we did seek to meet the COVID-19 protocols, and we limited the physical face-to-face meeting and sought to have these being held on the virtual platform. Arising from those chapter AGMs, we would have had some new members, some new chapter chairs, Sister Beverly Forbes Black of the St. Anne's Bay chapter, Sister Peter Gay Williams, St. Catherine chapter, Sister Delcy Malcolm, Westmoreland chapter, and Sister Patrina Hudson McIntyre from the St. James chapter. Again, we say thanks to brothers Erlet Findlay, Ramon Downer, and Aldon Horton, who did not seek re-election, and they would have contributed significantly to the membership and to this noble organization. Our election of officer 2021 exercise, this would have started out with the nomination exercise, and this took place island-wide on the 27th of April 2021, and arising from that exercise, we declared that a poll was granted for the positions of president and the second vice president. The poll was taken on Thursday, May 13th in the rural parishes and Friday, May 28th in Kingston and St. Andrew. The candidates being for the post of president were Sharon Anderson, Leo Byfield, Gillian Carrodus, Gillette Da Costa, and O'Neill Grant. For second vice president, candidates were Keisha James, Michael Carr, and Kelvin Thomas. The elected officers arising from that exercise were O'Neill Grant, who was returned as president, and Kelvin Thomas, who was returned as second vice president. Prior to this exercise, we had the JCSA electoral debates. This was live streamed, and this was held earlier in May of last year. Again, the candidates would have presented their manifestos and expressed their opinions on policies and proposal. Mr. Michael Carr withdrew his candidacy, and the questions that would have been posed to the candidates were centered around leadership and the ability to network, value creation, service to the JCSA at the highest level, successes achieved while serving, personal vision for the JCSA, and means of strengthening the Jamaica Civil Service Association. Arising from the electoral debates, Brother O'Neill Grant and Brother Kelvin Thomas were ahead. Thereafter, we would have had our General Council retreat, and this was held on the 11th of June 2021 via Zoom, where the JCSA strategic plan was presented and presentations were made on the following areas: the role and function of the departmental representative, the role and functions of the secretariat, committee's terms of reference, benefits, strategic plan, electoral issues, sector discussions, and appointment to boards and sectors. Voting for members of the executive committee was also done using the election runners app, and the presentations would have been conducted by our president, officers, and the general secretary. In the month of November, we always celebrate Civil Service Week, and it was celebrated under the theme, the public sector, anchoring technology for sustainable growth and efficiency. Some of the activities that were planned were the Civil Servant of the Year Award, island-wide church services, a public forum, which was in keeping with the theme, the Jamaica Civil Service Long Service Awards, and a concert, which would have closed the week's activities. In the month of December, we hosted a Christmas treat where General Council members and staff were treated with Christmas treat gift bags. So this wasn't an actual activity, but a treating of our volunteers and staff. The treat was in recognition of the service given in support of the President's mandate in 2021. Some recommendations that would have come from our committees and from the executive would, in seeking to enhance some of the work that we do, we sought to introduce the members welcome kit, and the welcome kit for new members is now available at the secretariat. It is packaged with the necessary information and the flyer, and is handed to all new members. The year, of course, was challenging, and we would have lost some volunteers along the way, also relatives and close friends. We have listed here some condolences that would have been expressed. Sister Melanie Mullins Arnold on the passing of her mother. Sister Nadine Robinson on the passing of her brother. Sister Patrice Porter on the passing of her aunt. Brother Thorpe on the passing of his mother. The family and friends of our former DIP rep, Sister Yvonne Jackson, who passed. The family and friends of our former chapter chair, Sister Charmaine Gillette McLennan, who passed. Sister Elisa Pusey on the passing of her uncle and niece. Brother Fabio Johnson on the passing of his sister. Sister Stephanie Lewis Brown on the passing of her brother, cousin, and mother-in-law. Sister Sandra Brown on the passing of her father. Sister Faith MacDonald on the passing of her mother. Sister Kadia Beckford on the passing of her mother. Sister Raquel Stevenson on the passing of her father. the staff of the Kingston Public Hospital on the passing of their colleague and or member, the staff at the St. Thomas Health Department on the passing of their colleague and or member, as well as the staff at the Customs Department on the passing of their colleague and or member. In terms of our industrial relations climate, the year under review, of course, had its uncertainty and some doubts. This being associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. A lot of the uncertainty brought into sharp focus the need to implement the flexible work arrangement as well as the long-awaited Occupational Safety and Health Act, which is to replace the Factory Act of 1943. And despite these many challenges, the Jamaica Civil Service Association Industrial Relations Unit, which is manned by 5 officers, found unique ways to consult and engage with our members. And this would have ranged from face-to-face, WhatsApp, Zoom, and other means. There were some sharp increases in grievances and disciplinary matters, and this was reported to the Secretariat. And these range from breaches of various policies and regulations and misinterpretation of the Disaster Risk Management Act. The unit continues to provide quality and prompt response and representation and advocacy to the membership. We have reported here grievances for the period February 2021 to February 2022. Cases carried forward 127, new grievances 244, cases settled 269, and those remaining 102. Of the outstanding grievances and disciplinary matters that remain in-house, 21 are pending disciplinary hearings and 3 matters are awaiting appeal ruling. For that said period, an average of 54 cases were settled per industrial relations manager. 801 members visited the office or called in for advice on other work-related matters. And of course, we have some data here in terms of the categories that we would have captured our members seeking our representation on. So we have non-payment of benefits and allowances that totaled 59, performance appraisal issues 45, non-appointment 31, and other issues and queries 307, giving a total of 442. You will see here some statistics in terms of percentage of cases settled to percentage of cases settled per industrial relations officer. We seek to utilize the data to inform of how we decide or make decisions, especially when we're seeking to bring new team members on staff, as well as to have our general council members being involved in grievance handling procedures. Some highlights from the IR unit. We had a matter having to do with interdiction from work. And again, the IR unit would have seen an increase in the number of officers who would have been sent on interdiction without due process. In some cases, the withholding of salary and other emoluments. The purpose of interdiction is to prevent an officer under investigation from interfering with the process, or if the officer is arrested and charged by the police. And so interdiction is being used as a form of punishment, and that's what we have been seeing by most HR resource personnel. In many instances, the officers are not fully aware of the circumstances against them, and they only receive a letter advising that they should proceed on interdiction pending an investigation into allegations of misconduct, which is, of course, in breach of the principles of natural justice and other policies that govern the ministry, department, or agency. Other queries or grievances that would come to us, we see where there are reports that some HR managers willfully deny workers access to view their personnel file. Some members would have reached out to the union seeking advice as to how they can view their files, as they were told by HRM that personnel file is confidential and only accessible to workers within HRM department, and that copying a document on file is prohibited. This is a clear breach of the staff order for the public service 2004, section 2.4, which states that an employee shall have the right to access and view his or her personal file and make copies of any document upon request of the Human Resource Division. And 2, any access, viewing, or copying shall be done in the presence of suitable authorized personnel within the Human Resource Division. So we have some recommendations. The IR unit is requesting that the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service conduct refresher training sessions, particularly with the HR practitioners within the various ministries, departments, and agencies, to ensure that they are fully cognizant of the various regulations and policies governing the public sector. We would have also seen issues arising from the accumulation of vacation leave, where workers cease to earn vacation leave as a result of leave not being accumulated, and the worker failing to proceed on vacation leave within the prescribed time, and is of the view that the leave would have accumulated without applying for the leave. This again is as a result of HR failure to effectively communicate with the workers about the process of leave accumulation and the absence of a proper leave management system. Again, the staff orders for the public service, section 7.482, states that employees may accumulate leave to a maximum not exceeding the leave entitlement for 3 years, only with the permission of the permanent secretary or head of department. 7.4.9 states permanent employees shall be allowed to earn and accumulate additional full pay vacation leave for a further period not exceeding 2 years if applications for all or any portion of their accumulated leave cannot be granted due to the exigencies of the service. There are various cases that would have come to us at the Secretariat, cases having to do with counseling, performance management and appraisal, as well as non-adherence of the grievance procedure. And of course, we seek to treat with the cases on a case-by-case basis, and also to ensure that our not just HR department, but the managers are fully aware of the staff orders for the public service and the grievance policy that is for the public service as well. In terms of our member services, 2021 marked the second year of the corona pandemic, and our member services team would have remained steadfast in their approach, especially in terms of carrying out the association's mission of upholding the highest qualities of professional service to the nation. The unit is fully staffed with a supervisor, a first impressions officer, 2 member service officers, 2 data processing officers, and a help desk clerk. The members of the unit are fully equipped to provide world-class service to the membership, and they are all knowledgeable to address all members' queries. We did have some challenges despite having the strengths, and these challenges were mostly external. Again, we continue to struggle with a number of the ministries, departments, and agencies who are still not submitting the dues to us in a timely manner. And might I add, the subscription listing as well. There are some MDAs who submit dues but do not submit the listing. So for those of you, we have all of you are our reps here, and those who are online, again, we want to implore you to seek to ensure that you assist your organization, the union, to get the listing of each member, because we use this to do our checkoff, and the membership checkoff is actually your main role and function as a departmental rep. The ministries, departments, and agencies, they continue to remit dues to the Jamaica Civil Service Mutual Thrift Society, despite numerous interventions to have this addressed. So we always ask to our pay stations to seek to separate the dues from that of the shares or loans that goes to the Thrift Society. And this prevents us from timely updates of the membership for those affected. And it does not allow us to have a proper accounting of our membership. So with all challenges, we find opportunities. And of course, one of the main opportunities, membership growth. The opportunity for growth in membership is one that the membership unit will always take advantage of by actively engaging in recruiting. And we do this especially during presentations and events such as the Decks for a Day. The central government still has uncharted territories to be explored and tapped into, and this will contribute to growth in membership. There are some threats, and even as we speak, we continue to grapple with situations of union busting, and we have here as a heading union busting tactics. There exists a small group of payroll officers and senior officials in various MDAs who hold on to applications and do not action them to prevent prospective members from taking advantage of the protection that is offered by being a part of the union. And we would have grappled with this, especially with the health authorities. We would have made visits, several visits to those pay stations, and we would have found out where payroll supervisors unilaterally took it upon themselves not to action these applications for prospective members. So we continue to educate and inform, especially management, as well as our payroll officers, and to let them know the importance of seeking to action such deductions. In terms of our elections of officers, we would have already spoken about that. So let us now move to the membership ID cards. A total of 693 ID cards were generated to allow for identification of our members and for them to access our various benefits, especially our mini-mart and other discount providers. During the period, we would have had a lull because we had to discontinue the taking of IDs in terms of going into the various MDAs to do so. And we sought to find creative ways to get our members to be able to have their IDs. So some of you would have received the Google form, and we would have asked you to submit a passport size photograph. And some prospective members, some members, sorry, would have done so and would have received their IDs. So as the report indicates, members are now able to submit the request for ID cards electronically via WhatsApp or email. We ask members to provide passport-size photograph, your last payslip, and a signature, signature so that the ID card can be generated. Cards can be collected at the Secretariat or the regional offices. You see here the breakdown in terms of ID cards. Very important for us is membership growth and retention. We have the data here on page 33. January 2022, some members of the unit being affected by the coronavirus pandemic again, which resulted in the lowest number of confirmations for the period. The month of May 2022 would have had the highest number of confirmation, which would be a direct result of the elections which were held constitutionally. This says in May, but it would have been from January to April. So you have there in terms of data from March 2021 to February 2022, we received 1,478 new applications. And for the said period, we would have confirmed 2,234 members. This is indeed very, 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 very welcoming. And I mean, while I would have heard it in other corridors, but the JCSA is doing well in terms of how we represent, how we recruit, and how we retain members. Despite the coronavirus pandemic, we sought to ensure that we conducted and carried out these major activities. In terms of actual revenue for the year, this would have increased by 65% over the previous year. And in terms of dollar figure, it's $1,154,564.51 in 2020 to 2021 versus $1,905,448 in 2021-2022. We have here the revenue broken down by month and also annualized for the period March 2021 to February 2022. We had projected a total of $1,689,345.47. The actual receipt is $1,905,488 and annualized $12,195,688.73. I think we should give ourselves a round of applause. I believe, despite our growth, some persons sought to cease their membership and would have parted company from the association. There were various, when we did exit interview, persons would have resigned for various means. And you will see here some data. For the period that's March 2021 to February 2022, we had a total of 83 resignations, and this represents 15.28% increase over the previous year. The month of February 2022 reflected the highest number of resignations. This was attributed to the 4% increase in salaries and the resultant increase in the dues being deducted from basic salaries. Again, we have the resignation requests broken down in terms of the annual dollar value, and that's $957,662.64. A benefit that we had, the JCSA prepaid MasterCard The usage and distribution of the JCSA branded MasterCard was halted, and this was due to the Bank of Jamaica revoking the card issuer, cambio, and remittance license. Members who had funds on the card were able to access the funds, but were unable to add new funds. This, of course, resulted in disappointment for many members, as this member benefit was one that provided members with convenience and security. The team would have conducted decks for a day at various ministries, departments, and agencies, and they would have also done some virtually. So there were 21 online presentations, 6 decks for a day, and 2 orientation sessions hosted by the officers within the member service unit. In terms of the motor vehicle help decks, which was a much anticipated benefit, you would have all been aware that this was launched last year on the 6th of May here at JCSA Park, and members would have taken advantage of this benefit. And arising from that, we had 2 members who were successful and are now owners of their motor vehicle. In terms of our public relations and communications unit, or PR&C, we continue to have the unit maintaining the digital communication. And of course, here, even at our annual general meeting, you can attest to the work of our public relations and communications unit, which is a 2-member team, and Sister Helen Hutchinson Mason having the oversight for that unit, along with Sister Shani Grant, who continues to ensure that the JCSA is visible in all spheres and walk of life. So again, we would have done 13 press releases and or advisories. These were released, and most of them General Counsel, all of them General Counsel would have been distributed or sent to General Counsel for your wider distribution. Flyers would have been done, and we continue to engage with members in their activities, especially those relating to grievances and otherwise. The PR&C would have also given support to the fundraiser committee in terms of the Fast Forward raffle that was held, and you would have seen information being shared throughout that activity up until the point where we had winners of the 2021 Hyundai Tucson and i10 vehicles, courtesy of Magna Motors. Report from JCSA Park. Again, we have engagement with the Mullines United Football Club, who use the field from time to time, and they continue to use the field. That's their training ground. You would have been privy to discussions at General Council, for those who are on council, but in terms of the wider membership, in terms of our plans for the well and irrigation project, phase 1 of the project was completed, and water was found after the digging of the well. However, the water is not recommended for human consumption, but may be used for irrigation and the flushing of toilets, etc. The commencement date for phase 2 is to be determined. And of course, we have the caretaker's residence that we are seeking to do some renovation. There were some areas that needed to be dealt with as a matter of urgency. There were some major leaks, and work continues in that regard to seek to ensure, because the caretaker is a member of staff, so we have to ensure that we treat all our team members appropriately. Again, our JCSA Fitness Center is here, and I'm encouraging you all, members, it's only $2,500 a month. Please come and get fit and see to your well-being. If you look over to my left, your right, you have the Centennial Garden, and we continue to maintain that. And across the field, I think where you're seeing that digital cell site, that tower, and there's a white building that is the JCSA Resource Center. We actually did a land survey and found the property boundaries. And this was conducted by the National Land Agency. And the boundaries would have revealed the stretch all the way from the auditorium to what is now the National Works Agency Bridge Part Storage Facility. So that white building that you're seeing there is what houses NWA's bridge parts. However, based on survey title, it belongs to the Jamaica Civil Service Association. So we're seeking to, through, without sounding harsh, but using appropriate means to engage with Digicel, as you can see the tower there, right? And the National Water Commission, because they are our tenants actually, you know. So we're seeking to have that matter dealt with, and as I said, through legal means. So that is a work in progress. Because we have grown and we continue to grow, it was necessary for us to get some storage containers. So we have 2 storage containers that have been deployed here at JCSA Park, and we use these as our main storage. Again, everything is fully equipped and tailored for the need that we require. I spoke earlier on about Braco and Albion, and those continue to be work in progress. In terms of regional report, our Northeast region, they would have hosted their annual general meetings. You'll see here the statistics in terms of attendance at those meetings. And most of the regional report would have been driven by the regional administrators. And I want to commend them. We have 3 regional administrators, and I know at least 2 of those administrators do have support staff. But Northeast is Sister Marilyn Hines solely, and I must commend Sister Marilyn because she continues to give much needed visibility to the JCSA. And you see here, the data shows over 102 site visits were done despite the COVID-19 pandemic. We're going to be giving her support. Definitely. The office that is there is very small, so we're seeking to find some other areas so that the support team will be comfortable. But she's fully aware. Again, during the period, 118 membership application forms were submitted by the Northeast Regional Office, and Sister Hines continues to do those follow-ups, and that data would have been inputted in the wider membership data report. A total of 7 presentations were done for the reporting period, and it varies health departments and other statutory MDAs, public bodies. I must add that our second vice president, who is zonal chair for Northeast region, is one of the major support from the political arm. So, Brother Thomas, I want to also thank you for giving support to your region. Clap, clap, we have to clap. We have to encourage the volunteers, right? So moving on, South Central region. All chapter AGMs would have been held in the month of January, so I don't want to regurgitate. But if you recall yesterday, who could recall the chapter of the year award came from South Central region, and the parish was Manchester. And the most improved was shared between St. Mary and Clarendon. So I'm not sure, Brother Frater, who is the zonal chair, something is going on in Surrey, in the county of Surrey. So commendations again, Middlesex, sorry, in Surrey and Middlesex. So Brother Thomas and Brother Frater, commendations to you. And it could not have been done without the will, dedication, and commitment of the chapter chair and their executive. So Sister Karen Coleman Clark from St. Mary chapter and her executive. Sister Yannick Sanko Valentine from the Clarendon chapter and her executive. And of course, Sister Paulette Ferguson and her chapter executive from Manchester. 15 presentations were conducted for the period in review. And again, ID cards were distributed to members in the South Central region. For that region, we do have an industrial relations officer who is assigned, and 36 grievances would have been settled during the year, during the period under review. The region continues in terms of doing the work of educating, empowering the wider membership, and seeking to update the membership database. And we move on now to the Western region. The Western region houses our Western region mini mart and the Western region office. And again, commendations to Sister Delasita Drummond and her team for the work that they have been doing in the West. We continue to see steady recruitment and growth and retention. This is all aimed to retain the membership. The chapters within the Western region continue to work with the Secretariat and of course the Western region office. There were a lot of walkthroughs that were done. Our zonal chairman, Sister Tisha Clark Griffiths, of course, would have had meetings and walkthroughs with members in the region, along with Industrial Relations Manager, Brother George Thorpe, and our president and myself, along with Sister Delasita Drummond. So the issues are not new. You would have heard President speak earlier to the clothing in terms of our dietary department. When we visited dietary department at the Cornwall Regional Hospital and also Falmouth Hospital, they would have been wanting in terms of what's happening there. So we have been representing them, and we know that we will be gaining some strides in that regard. I know, Sister Tisha, you continue to work with Montego Bay Metro and some team members who work in the Ministry of Health So work continues. The Western region continues to do representation in that regard. Our committees, we have the report here from the Men's Coalition Committee. I don't see the co-chairs, Brothers Alan Carter and Jeffrey Marshall, but this committee is monitored by Brother Clarence Freighter. And I must say that this committee is a new committee and they have been doing very well under the guidance, of course, by Brother Chung. I know Brother Chung has been working with the men in the committee, and they would have executed a men's forum last year, and they are seeking to work with the Women's Action Committee. So much love and appreciation. I think the team has matured and is understanding quite well the mandate of the Jamaica Civil Service Association. Our Women's Action Committee, and this is monitored by Sister Tisha Clark Griffiths. We have the co-chairs, Sisters Latoya Spence and Geraldine Miles, and they too would have planned and executed a number of activities during the year under review. They sought to execute it was a fundraising, what they call this, a paint and sip event. And this fundraising was towards donating for Baby Caleb. And Baby Caleb is the son of Sister Regina Bell, former departmental representative, who was having some issues in terms of defraying hospital expenses. I believe this was a worthy activity, and commendations to the Women's Action Committee. The committee attended and participated in numerous regional and international activities. They participated in the International Women's Day activity, which was celebrated on the 8th of March under the theme Gender Equality, Today for Sustainable Tomorrow. And arising from those activities, I know the committee is planning other activities leading up to the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. So this is a 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Let me just add that the Jamaica Civil Service Association would have been integrally involved along with the Bureau of Gender Affairs in terms of pushing for the Sexual Harassment Act. And this would have been over time, and within the past 2 years, we would have partnered with major stakeholders, other NGO groups, and from the regional bodies to ensure that our government got this important act passed. So JCSA, again, these are some of the things we don't speak about, but we are indeed behind the scenes. The Women's Action Committee would have donated to the Reddy's Place, and this is a home place of safety. And 6 donations would have been solicited from Grace Kennedy and other companies. And the donation was done on the 21st of December by WAC again. So the team continues to work and will seek to ensure that they work along, well, in terms of aligning with the JCSA's mandate. We do have a report from the Bus Management Committee. The Ministry of Finance and the Public Service is still awaiting, well, a quantity surveyor for the process to continue, and this has to do with the facility. Brother Poyser and Brother Michael Thompson are co-chairs on this committee. And again, they will seek to give us update at the appropriate time. The fleet, it's reported here that there is an urgent need for additional new buses to reduce the incident of frequent breakdowns. That is now a constant feature of the system. I know that Ministry of Finance and the Public Service did have some plans, but we are seeking to get some updated information in terms of increasing the fleet. Again, with any benefit that is provided, there will be some nuances. And it was reported that there were some unacceptable behavior by some employees. These would have been passengers on the buses, which is a cause for concern. And so the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service would have reached out to the JCSA seeking our commitment in having a message being sent out to remind the passengers that unacceptable behavior will not be tolerated. We have our affiliation report as part of our continuing training. We have capacity development projects, and our International Global Union Federation, Public Services International, would have conducted a digital capacity building project, and team members from the Jamaica Civil Service Association were selected to be trained. This is a 3-year project, and it seeks to empower public service unions to understand and act on digitalization-related changes at the workplace and in public service delivery. If you have been keeping abreast, you would have recalled that Jamaica is one of the countries who would have recently passed the Data Protection Act, and we will be seeing a lot of changes to our work. And with changes, of course, as a union, we have to ensure that we look out for workers' rights, because we have to look out for workers' rights and ensure that workers are protected with the transformation that comes. On page 60, again, we have a member. She's actually the chapter chair for St. Catherine chapter. She was very elated to have received her home through the Jamaica Civil Service Association, Sister Peter Gay Williams, and she expressed her gratitude to the JCSA, and she believes and indicated that we are definitely a big deal, and she's a proud homeowner. As you see here, I'm just quoting, she says, "My JCSA did that." So that is the report, the highlights of the activities that took place for the reporting period. Thank you very much, and over to you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam General Secretary, for the presentation of that report. I will now invite questions on the General Secretary's report. Questions, comments, concerns? I think we were very pellucid. Okay, there being no question, comment, or concern coming up from the JS's report, asking for a motion to accept the General Secretary's report. Move by Brother Sean Mitchell, seconded by Brother Harold Kirby. All in favor? Any against? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. We now move to the presentation of the Treasurer's Report and invite Sister Melanie Mullings Arnold to take the microphone.
Good afternoon, AGM 2022. I'm about to give you the Honorary Treasurer's Report for the financial year November 2020 to, December 2020 to November 2021. I'm going to ask one of the auditors, Sister Shani Parks, to come and give the auditor's report.
A very pleasant afternoon, members, my brothers and sisters, Mr. President, Vice President, members of the table, and to my dear colleagues in the JCSA. I am here today to present the auditor's opinion on the financial statements for the Jamaica Civil Service Association for the financial year 2020-2021, as was presented by Mrs. Karen McPherson. I have audited the financial statement of the Jamaica Civil Service Association, comprising the statement of financial position as at November 30, 2021, the statements of income and expenditure, changes in equity and cash flow for the year then ended, and the notes comprising significant accounting policies on other explanatory information. In my opinion, the accompanying financial statements give a true and fair view of the financial position of the JCSA as at November 30th, 2021, and of its financial performance and its cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with international accounting standards. I will now hand over to our Honorary Treasurer.
Thank you, Sister Shani. Okay, my sisters and brothers, it is with pleasure that I present to the Annual General Meeting 2022 the financial statements for the financial year ending November 30, 2021, the year in review. The present leadership continues to be optimistic about the future of this noble organization. We will continue to move from surviving to thriving as we continue to be persistent and consistent in serving our members. The JCSA continues to strengthen its strategic priorities to respond to the membership needs by providing services that will improve the quality of their lives while significantly improving the members' satisfaction and confidence in the organization. Some of the achievements include the increasing the staff complement. By members, I'm going to ask you to make that correction. It should be 4 and not 3. So we increased the staff complement last year by 4 during the period. These team members were deployed to various areas to improve their services offered in the member service, mini-mart, and the secretariat. Staff was also deployed to one of the regional offices, that being Montego Bay, to ensure our members outside of Kingston and St. Andrew were properly served. The renovation of JCSA Park continues to provide comfort and safety for our members, staff, and visitors alike. However, plans to transform the JCSA Park into an income stream for the organization will continue into this financial year. You would have heard President spoke earlier about, or yesterday for that matter, about the extension or the rebuilding or the renovation of this area that you're currently sitting in, and that will happen this year. And of course, that renovation, we're expecting income from same. I'm extremely happy to report the second cohort for the Professional Certificate in Industrial Relations, and that's the PCIR course, for General Counsel concluded in April of 2022. It is expected that the recipients will use the knowledge gained in the day-to-day representation of our members. This will be a milestone that will be celebrated into the centuries to come. The mini-marts continue to operate on Mondays to Fridays at 31 Malines Road, Kingston 10, and 44 Thompson Street in Montego Bay, St. James. Our Montego Bay location is the newest of our mini-marts, and members continues to receive goods at cost with a further 15% discount. We implore all our members to just continue to access this benefit. What about our financial performance? Revenues grew by $25,818,914, or 11.76% for the year under review. This growth was influenced by the increase in subscription and the proceeds of $4,099,000 from the raffle competition held last year. Subscription income was increased by $23,015,146, or 10.52% during this period. The overall expenses increased by $59,603,543, or 35.28%. There was a significant increase in salaries, wages, and related expense, and this expense was increased by $26,947,286, or 24.21%. This was attributable to the increase in staff complements. This action, members, was very necessary as our membership had increased. The increase in the staff complements was necessary so that we can better serve our members. Contribution made to our members for the year under review increased by $4,371,699, or 105.71%. Clearly, you see that this year we contributed over 100% increase to our members. Come on, clap, clap, clap. Yes, we did well, we did well. We continue when our members ask for assistance, we continue to help. Despite all the challenges in managing this scarce resource in the era of a pandemic, I can and I'm happy to report that we have made a net income of $16,774,413. With this net income, we were able to increase our asset base, which includes our home at JCSA Park and our location at Braco Village. The officers and staff is committed to continue serving and assisting our members when called upon to do so. Lastly, but of course important, the accounts unit continues to be equipped with improved systems or software to properly manage the financial affairs of the organization. Some economic outlook. During the year under review, we continue to experience the COVID-19 pandemic. This has caused an economic crisis that is affecting most countries, if not all, regardless of their income level. Amidst this reality, we continue to thrive as we make our economic impact. Despite the COVID-19 pandemic in the economy, the JCSA has managed to increase its membership and continues to increase the benefits to our members. The newest benefits being the motor vehicle help desk, the gym and wellness center with the juice bar, and the addition of our new mini mart and the office space in Montego Bay, St. James. In concluding, as your honorary treasurer, I must express my sincere gratitude and appreciation to my fellow officers, staff of the JCSA, and the General Council members for their support and understanding of my financial prudency, even with the subscription at 1%. I express a special thank you to the Assistant Honorary Treasurers, Sister Sandra Cameron, Brother Alrington Roberts, and Sister Natalie Douglas. To our dedicated audit team, Karen McPherson, Andre Green, and Shanique Parks, special thanks for your support to ensure the JCSA fulfill its constitutional requirements. Finally, our loyal accounts team, who continue to give their best to meet the needs of our members, staff, and suppliers. The team members are Mrs. Krista Lee Brown, the accountant, Miss Sherian Boyer, the accounts technician, and one of our new members, Brother Carlos Berry, who is the accounts receivables clerk, and Sister Denisha Smith, who is formerly the accounts clerk and who now serves in a new unit. I again express a big thank you to all and look forward to the years ahead. I now hand back to the President for any questions that may arise.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer, Sister Melanie Mullings Arnold, for what I would deem a very good result of performance. It has I think the Minister of Finance can take a few lessons from the Jamaica Civil Service Association. We are dealing with the staffing issues, taking care of our people, expanding the work, paying attention to the services that the union gives to its membership without any loss we were able to contain the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. At the same time, we were able to maintain the benefits and increase the benefits to the membership. And we did not raise the dues. We did that a long time ago. We did that with the pandemic. Colleagues, what the financial statements have shown is JCSA, the reports generally have shown is that the JCSA is in good hands and will continue to be in good hands. The management of the organization is very, very prudent and very strategic in how it is moving forward. I know that there are going to be some discussions we are going to be having, but let us not do those too much today. Are there any questions, any concerns, any areas that you want some explanation on from the Treasurer's report? I don't see or hear any coming, so I will invite the motion to accept the Treasurer's report. Moved by Sister Anne-Marie Campbell, seconded by Sister Suzette Grant. I saw her hand first. I have to look at who I saw first. So thank you very much, my sisters and brothers. I am advised that we have no motions or resolutions prepared for this meeting. Are there any motions or resolutions from the floor? All right, none from the floor. Thank you. I'm advised that the polls are closed 42 minutes, 24 minutes ago. 24. The POLLs are closed. Did I say intense? The polls for the election of officers are closed. Yes, right. Okay. Colleagues, we have a recommendation from the Treasurer for the award of honoraria. If you look in your financial statements, you would have seen that last year we recommended $3.5 million for the award of honoraria. The honorarium, colleagues, is to give a gesture of appreciation to the delegates and to those persons who have volunteered their time and effort to the association over the past year. And the award of honoraria is to be approved by this annual general meeting for the distribution by the Secretariat. The determination of the award will be done by the mechanisms that we have and on recommendation made by the various portfolio officers and from the Secretariat, the General Secretary and the Administration Coordinator, recognizing those persons who have served, whether or not they are delegates or from the general body of the membership of the association. We use this as a way of saying thanks, thanks, thanks. The Treasurer has recommended that we set the honoraria at $4 million, increasing from the 3.5 last year. May I have a person moving to accept? Moved by Brother Sean Mitchell, seconded by Peter Gay Hodges. All in favor? Any against? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Let me pause to recognize member, past officer, Sister Marva Jimenez. You know, we have to always pay homage to Sister Jimenez. And let me also, oh, she's not here. Okay, I saw Sister Onedine Lawrence Jack, senior member of the organization. Right there she is. Thank you for attending your AGM, Sister Onedine. So we are at new and other business. We shall make it so.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I don't know if new or other business, boss, but I want to make a special mention to our honorary treasurer. Is the first from I am at council. No traveling is outstanding for us. And I have to commend her for that. Good work.
Minister Clark has taken the moniker Santa Clark. So I can call the treasurer Santa Melini. I don't want to seem as if you're copying, but well done, Madam Treasurer. The satisfaction of your council has been expressed. Colleagues, before we take any other business, let us take care of one business and get it out of the way. The appointment of auditors for the next year. I have consulted with our honorary treasurer, and she has advised that the auditors, Sister Karen McPherson, Sister Shanique Parks, and Brother Andre, I'm going to see in a moment. And Brother Andre, help. It's in the treasurer's report, financial report.
Andre Green.
Brother Andre Green have indicated that they are willing to return to do the audit of our accounts, and it is now up to us to ratify that continuation. Mover for the auditors, Brother Goodison, moved by and seconded by Brother Richard Hutchinson. All in favor? Any against? Any abstentions? Ayes have it. Now, we're still on new another business. We have a little while before the EOJ people fly the gate. I see the incumbents are sitting at the head table looking quite relaxed and at ease. And I saw the challengers milling, there's Sister James on her phone, still doing the business. And I saw he who professes that we should do the right thing, dressed in camouflage, at his position at the bar. As is the normal course of business, colleagues, we recognize that elections within the Jamaica Civil Service Association are oftentimes they come with a lot of excitement and a lot of vigor. The leadership would have, with some serious debate and some hesitation, decided that we were going to change how we conducted the elections this year, giving more time for the elections to be done, particularly to ensure that we didn't have crowding at the various sites and people could time themselves at the polls. However, based on the indicators that we have been seeing, the results, the turnout is not as robust as we want it to be. We have to do some more work. We have to go back to the drawing board. A lot of it, though, has to do with in my estimation, a lot of it has to do with the campaign. It wasn't as visible as it was in previous years. And we can understand how that is. The officers would tell you that I didn't give them any time to do any campaigning. I had them locked down at the Ministry of Finance. So, they couldn't get to do the normal business. And of course, the challengers did what they had to do to ensure that their campaign got some traction. So we now await the counting. I understand that the efficiency of the EOJ will mean that we're not going to be waiting too long this afternoon. And so we have a little conversation that we need to have on some of the business of the association in the meantime. The report of the General Secretary and the report of our Treasurer. Oh, wow, I've been stopped in mid-tracks. No. We invite our Honorary Elections Officer, Mr. Andrew Smith. You see efficiency? Efficiency at its best. I just said the word and it's just... I'm inviting Mr. Smith. I have... No, we had actually finished the business. I was just doing a filler because we were at the declaration of officers on the agenda. So having reached that point on the agenda, our Honorary Election Officer, Mr. Smith, has taken position at the microphone and now hand over proceedings to him.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon.
One second. I'm going to ask out of protocol that the incumbents vacate their seats, and I'm going to invite the challengers to present themselves here in the auditorium. Brother Leo, Sister James, inviting you to come into the auditorium, please. Okay, Sister James, you're here. Come up front, man. We don't want to stay around the back. Brother Leo, you come up front as well. We have 2 seats here at the front for both of you. This is the culmination of the activities of the election, and we don't want a clandestine operation. I want you to be seen and to be known. Thank you very much. And so the candidates haven't taken their positions at the front of the auditorium. I now invite our Honorary Election Officer, Mr. Smith, to take over the proceedings.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The honor is mine on behalf of the Electoral Office of Jamaica that we're given the privilege once more to participate in the process. And we enjoy working with you, and we consider a privilege to do so. All right? The mic, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, great. All right, so as it relates to the election, we had election all of last week. When was it? Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday in the rural area. And of course, this week from Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And people are vying for 2 positions. First Vice President and the 3rd Vice President. Going up for the 1st Vice President, we have Mrs. Tisha Clark Griffiths, and we have Miss Keisha James. And for the 3rd Vice President, we have Mr. Leo Byfield and Mr. Clarence Freighter. Let me give you the result for the 3rd Vice President first. We have one contender getting 27.4%, and another getting 72.6% of the vote. So the person who got 27.4% is Mr. Leo Byfield. A total of 194 votes. And therefore, the winner is, for the third vice president, is Mr. Clarence Prater. With 513 votes. All right, now we'll move to the first vice president.
Yes.
One candidate got 34%. Another got 66%. The person who came second got 253 votes, and that is Miss Keisha James.
Oh God, Sister T.
So the winner is Mrs. Tisha Clark Griffiths with 491 votes.
Yes.
All right, so it is 491 votes. Let me say again, on behalf of the Director of Elections,
the
it was
work
indeed our pleasure.
Work continues.
We look forward to continue doing so in the foreseeable future. Thank you.
On with the original.
I should also point out. I should also point out for the records that as it relates to the honorary treasurer, there was no contender, and therefore she returned unopposed. Right, just for the records. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Let me rise, colleagues, to pay my respects to Brother Leo Byfield for the energetic campaign. Quite a negative campaign, but an energetic one at the same time. For Sister Keisha James, who conducted a dignified campaign. There was no mudslinging or tear down of the organization. I want to thank the EOJ for the handling of the process, of efficiency that is there. It's commendable. I am going to ask if Brother Leo or Sister Keisha has any words that they want to share with us this afternoon. Invite you to the microphone, Sister Keisha.
Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. I must say thank you for all the persons who come out and vote for me. And I must say thank you to the incumbents. Congratulations for your returning. And we are here. We are as one union. And I said I start my campaign with honor, diligence, and service. And that means service to our members. Thank you.
Here, Sister Keisha. Here.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Hope everyone is in a good and festive mood. For my supporters, I would like to say thank you all. Right? As you know, it was a campaign about issues. Now, there's a lot of things that came out of the results, right? And we laugh and we are happy. But it's also a signal to us, right? And whereas the incumbents might feel happy now, the responsibility lies with them in regards to channeling the energy forward when it comes to members and the compensation review, right? So while I take this situation in humility, humble, I'm also very aware of the work that I will be bringing forward, right? So don't feel too comfortable, right? Don't feel too comfortable, right? You have a lot of work to do, but you'll get my support once the energy is in the right place, okay? So thank you all again for the support.
Thank you, Brother Leo, for that gracious acceptance speech, concession speech. It is quite a different tone from the campaign that you ran, and we appreciate the words that you uttered this afternoon. We look forward to both you and Sister Keisha showing a bit more visibility in the committees of the JCSA to lend that vigor that you no doubtedly displayed in the campaign to ensuring that the work of our committees and our structures get the value of your energies. So we look forward to your participation on that side of the organization. Now I want to invite the successful candidates, I almost said the winners, the successful candidates to give their acceptance speeches.
Chairman, distinguished brothers and sisters, it is really our pleasure to be able to stand before you this afternoon and say a big thank you. The work has just begun, but in us, along with the team, you know you're in good hands, and we intend to carry out the mandate as is dictated by you. And I'm certain, although we weren't able to campaign this time around, because guess what? We put your business ahead of ours. And so it gives me great pleasure in saying to you this afternoon that I, and by extension, my sister here, are so happy to say a big thank you to you all.
Thank you, Brother Freighter. First of all, let me just take this opportunity to thank Sister Keisha for a very respectful and spirited election. What this shows is that we're at a place where, as candidates, we have matured and everybody has a right to participate in the democratic process of this JCSA, this August body, and should be respected for taking that stance in ensuring that the best person is elected to serve in the position when the time comes. Thank you, Sister Keisha. I also want to thank Brother Freighter and of course the entire team for seeing it fit to re-elect us to continue the work that we have started. We did not get an opportunity to go into the various departments and agencies, as Brother President said, to do our usual campaign. But you know what? We know that our work would speak for itself. And so as we journey into the next phase, we need the energy of Sister Keisha. We need the energy of Brother Leo, not just talk, but substance. And this time around, we need to come to the table and as one, we are working for the same objectives, the same goal, and we're one organization working for the same cause. And I just want to say that it is this time that we need to take the opportunity to continue the work that we have started. Thank you so much for seeing it fit to, as I said, re-elect Brother Freight and I. And of course, it's always service above self, which is what we demonstrated this time around. So thank you so much for re-election.
Thank you, Brother Clarence and Sister Tisha, for that acceptance speech. And I'm now going to invite the officers to stand as I declare the officers for the 2022 to 2023 period. Your officer corps for that period, colleagues, is yours truly, O'Neill Grant. First Vice President, Tisha Clark Griffiths. Second Vice President, Brother Kelvin Thomas.
Yeah.
Third Vice President, Brother Clarence Prater.
Yes.
Honorary Treasurer, Sister Melanie Mullings Arnold.
Yes.
Your officers for the 2022-2023 year. So, my sisters, brothers, this is your officer corps for the 2022-2023 administrative year. I invite the officers to retake their seats as we bring the business to an end. Brothers and sisters, here at JCSA Park and in the virtual space, the last time that we had an election, last two times, it was of such that the director of elections thought it necessary that he should present himself here at JCSA Park to oversee the reading of the results. 1 year later, there was no need for the director of elections to present himself here because the institution of our elections this time was not being maligned or threatened. I cannot emphasize enough my appreciation to the candidates and how they conducted themselves in this election. Yes, there were some challenges with some fake news and conspiracy theories that was attempted to inject itself into the election, but for the main part, it did not descend to the levels that we saw in previous years. And for that, we are thankful. It demonstrates that democracy is indeed alive and well. My only regret is that the turnout was not as we had expected it to be, but that is the nature of elections, and we have to do what we must to ensure that we get the members out and get them to vote. I know that we'll be here another year to do it again. And I do hope that when we do it again the next time around, that the atmosphere under which the AGM and the election of officers is done will be one that is bereft of any acrimony and any divisive behavior. I want to thank the members for turning out online and in person to this annual general meeting. I think it's the first time that we have completed an AGM so early. And it tells us that we are learning to be more efficient in doing our business. So again, let us thank each and every one of us for turning out for these elections. Let me thank the General Secretary and our staff, and I will now invite our General Secretary to say a few words in relation to her support. And then I will move to the termination.
Thank you. Thank you again, Chairman. I want to take this opportunity to express my gratitude. I'm looking around to express my gratitude to my team, both the secretariat staff and those at the regional offices. For those team members who are here, Sister Patrice, Sister Raquel, Sister Helen, Brother George, Brother Fabio, Sister Nicole, or Radcliffe, Anderson, and others. Oh, Brother Leonard, you want to join the team too? We could not have really done the event without the support of the staff. And most importantly, we could not have done the event without our members. So it's a win-win. And we continue to give you the necessary support, the professional service, that quality professional service through the guarantee of a highly trained what? Everybody's supposed to know the mission. Workforce of and committed persons. So heartfelt gratitude to you. Thank you very much. And to the leadership team headed by our president, O'Neill Grant. Thank you, sir, for the vision. And we will continue to execute as planned. To the officers, those who have been re-elected, we continue to serve, and we want to express our own thanks and appreciation. And Sister Mel, you and I will have war, you know. Am I allowed to say that? Sister Melanie is a good treasurer, so I want to say thanks again for the support that you continue to give. Thank you again, everybody, and have a good AGM.
Thank you, Madam General Secretary. These meetings, colleagues, while I preside over them, are convened by our General Secretary, and it is appropriate for her to give a closing remarks. We will see each other again in 2 weeks' time. Don't forget, 2 weeks from now, we have another business to do to elect the executive coming out of our General Council. And so we go into retreat where we will be doing that particular exercise to elect our executive. So in 2 weeks' time, we will be at the Holiday Inn in Montego Bay to carry out that exercise. So ensure that you bring your work up to the current levels that it should be, secure the appropriate time off, and get ready to come and have 2.5 days of vigorous activity, work activity. So thank you again, everyone. And having exhausted the agenda of this 103rd annual general meeting, this meeting now stands terminated. I understand that the bar is available for the purchase of drinks, and so you can imbibe as much as you can tolerate. All right. All right. Thank you very much, everyone, and see you at the bar.